Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning everywhere but Europe. Hello, everybody who joined the stream early. I think we have a couple people live. We're ready to go for another Wednesday of 6 hours, 6 hours of live readings, 6 hours of awesome conversation, and 6 hours of serendipitous moments. I am so excited to be back here. Say hello in the chat. Where are you watching from? We're gonna start our first live reading pretty soon, just to get everything going. Sorry, I was a little late. I was I was on the phone with my sister and didn't realize I was cutting it close, but I'm here on time. Only 3 minutes late. How is everybody? How's life? How's June and July going? I was about to say how's summer going, but it's not summer for everybody. And I get that feedback all the time from people reading teledipity from the southern hemisphere. When I say summer or spring in the forecast, it's not summer for everybody. So now I'm a lot more time zone aware and time zone diversity aware. But how's your June and July going? July is always a cool month because it feels like even when you have projects and stuff to do, you do kind of like slow down. And from a numerology perspective, it makes sense because July is the 7th month, and 7 is about pausing, about resting, about taking a step back. Even though that's not necessarily going to be your experience, because we don't get your forecast by the number of the month in the Gregorian calendar. We get your forecast by the transits that are applicable in your personal chart, regardless of what month we are. So it is completely possible, especially for example, people in the 4-year, to have a very busy July, to have a very intense July, and not a restful July at all. But I think even then, in the grand scheme of things, July is always sort of a slowed down month. But that's a good conversation to start with. I'm going to rant for a minute before we get going. There's something I've always noticed about the difference between numerology and astrology, is that there's a lot of astrology content that feels like they always make it about the whole world, right? So Jupiter entered Leo. Everybody's going to have a great time. Everybody's going to have a prosperous time. Everybody's dreams is going to come true. And I'm not an astrologer enough to understand if that's a correct interpretation or if there should be nuance there. But as a numerologist, I don't get it, because there's never anything applicable from the world's chart to your own life. You are in your own journey, your own chart, your own transits. And when we say stuff like, it's a 7-7 day, everyone's going to have good luck, at least I can tell you, I'm not going to talk about astrology because I'm not an expert enough to know. But in the numerology side, when you see that content, it's all bullshit. Just because it's 7-7 doesn't mean there's special powers activated for everybody. Just because it's 2-2-2, 22, whatever, doesn't mean like it's a manifestation portal, stuff like that. People write that because it's great social media engagement, but that's not a correct application of the numerology system at all. At all. And when you think about numerology, numerology is individualized and personal. And all that matters is your chart. There is a world's chart. There is a country's chart. There is even a city's chart. But even then, when we make that analysis, it's really not mandatory that it even plays a role in your life at all. And sometimes it plays a role in your life in a positive way, even though it's negative for other people. Kind of like what we all went through in 2020. It was actually a great year for some and a really not great year for others, even though it was not a great year for the world's chart. So you can have the most prosperous times in your life when the world is not going through a good time, or when your country's not going through a good time. So even when we make numerology interpretations for entities, for countries, for the world at large, has nothing to do with your life at all. So anytime you see generalized numerology content, like July is the 7th month, here's what that means for all of us, don't pay attention, because that person does not understand numerology. And that I can say confidently because I know numerology. So let's talk Who's here? Who's in the stream? I want to see some of those comments. Sophie Moose, I am available for a reading. I don't know if you're still here, but I am available for a reading. I'm going to start in a minute. Who else is watching? Who else is here with me? Who else is on the stream? Talk. Introduce yourselves. Are you here for a reading? Are you here to watch? Are you here to ask questions? Are you here to hang out with me? All are welcome. Let's see how many people are watching. I think we have 4 people watching. That's not bad. Slow day. It's fine. Whether it's going to be an active stream or a stream of me talking, the commitment is I will be here for 6 hours every Wednesday to give live readings to anybody who wants them and to chat with any other telepathy user that's out there who wants to chat, who wants a voice while they are in the office working, or just whatever, some company. I'm here for it. And it's really fun. This is, I think, the 7th stream, 6th or 7th. It's already part of my weekly routine. And it's funny because I don't really prepare. I am a late riser. I always wake up late. There's scientific studies that clearly identify this is a real thing. This is a genetic thing. Some people are early risers. Some people are night owls. And for those of us who are night owls, mornings are hell. Like my brain doesn't even work until like noon. I could drink all the coffee in the world. I can even try to exercise in the morning. I don't usually because it doesn't really work, but I've tried. It doesn't do anything. I am not really on until like right around the time that I get on the stream. So this morning was a slow morning. I woke up late. I walked the dog. I ate some breakfast. I cleaned the house a little bit. And then my sister called, and then it was time to get on the stream. And now I'm going to be here until 7 p.m. and it's 1 p.m. And it's going to be fun. Chat if you're watching. I want to hear you. I want to see that you're here with me. Hello. Does anybody want a reading? This has never happened before. Maybe we didn't promote. Like I thought we promoted this stream. Whatever. I'll keep talking until somebody says I applied and I'm ready, and then we'll just start the readings. Otherwise, I'll just find things to talk about. There's always things to talk about. Boom. If you want to apply for a reading, there's the instruction right there. Right there. We have people watching. We just don't have any comments. So what else can I talk about? I have a surprise. Good morning from Iowa, USA, Dr. Jenna Hobbins. Hello, Dr. Jenna Hobbins. You know what? Let's bring you on. Let's start the stream. Let's start the stream with a reading so that we can have people joining us and people talking. So, Jenna, did you apply? I want to make sure that you submitted an application. And if you did, let me know, and I'll email you the link to join me on the stream. Hello, Belinda. Belinda, you must know that there is a Mexican singer with that name. Every Mexican, when they read that name, they think of her. She was famous when I was a teenager. I don't know if she's still around. You must know about the Mexican singer. She's like a Mexican Britney Spears. Though I'd say Britney. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what applied is. I am a subscriber. Got it. So I'm just going through everything without understanding that people could be new here. Okay. So Teledipity Live is a live stream where I do live numerology readings for anybody who wants one. It's basically what I do for one-on-one paid readings. The only difference is 1, it's free, and 2, it's live. So everybody else can watch. We then might edit the video and create some content with it. If you would like to get a numerology reading, it's going to be around 20, 30 minutes, and you're near a camera or a laptop, you want to go to this link right here, teledipity.com/live. That's teledipity.com/live, and fill out the application. That's where I get your name of birth, and that's where I just explain like the terms of the reading, because of course you have to agree for your video to be used after, and for other people to watch, and for just our conversation to become content for our YouTube channel. If you are comfortable with all of it, not everybody is, but if you are and you want to join me on the stream and get a live reading, you want to just fill out the application right there. It's very quick. It takes like 2 minutes. But if you have applied and then you want to join me and get your numerology reading, that's where you would go first. You did not know about Belinda. Well, you should search her on Spotify and listen to some of her songs. I wasn't a huge fan. Like, I don't think she's bad, but she's a pop star, Mexican pop star. Brisbane, Australia, it's 9 p.m. Wow. So for you, it's the end of the day. So is anybody in the chat interested in being the first live reading of today? Otherwise, we could do a Q&A. We could talk about numerology if you guys have questions. Let me know. The application right there. Amazing, Belinda. So if you want to be the first reading, let me know. I'm gonna find you on the application. I'm gonna bring you over. Let's see, because I think you basically said you wouldn't. Let's see, application form. I'm excited today. Over the next 48 hours, you guys are gonna see a surprise in the app that I don't want to spoil, but I've been working on it for a few weeks, and I'm gonna it's ready to go live. I just have to do the stream today, but when it goes live, it's gonna be interesting because it's gonna be a new era in the story of teledipity. I know we've had those, we've had many new eras already. It feels like we enter a new era every year, but there's always a reason for it. And obviously, maybe if you are watching all the changes that teledipity has been through in its 11 years of life, you might get a theory that the founder has ADHD. You might suspect it. You might be like, that looks like an ADHD person running this company. That's because you would be 100% correct. All right, Belinda, let's do it. Belinda. Found you. Well, actually, there's two Belindas here. Interesting. I think that's both you, and you have two different names. So you don't have to write it in the comment, Belinda, but tell me, is the name with S or the name with F the correct one for your reading? Anyway, I'm going to send you the email right now. 1 second. Great Scott. Love that. Belinda, I'm sending you an email with a link to join me on the stream. Where is it? Right here. Last stream, I'm going to have to do this. I built a whole system to just email these automatically, so I can just click a button on the application and the email gets sent. One of the things, I don't like 90% of the age of AI, but one of the things I love about the age of AI is how quickly we can get technology built, automations built. It's a really cool thing. Alrighty. The email is out, Belinda. There's a link for you to join me on the stream, and I'm going to get your chart in front of me, and we're going to start. Oh my God, I got a case of the hiccups in the middle of the stream. How am I going to survive? Because I need to do the whole thing where I drink water upside down so that I get rid of the hiccups. Hiccups. Wow. Crazy. Found you. Belinda, check your email. The link to join me on the stream is right there. And I got your chart ready to go. Life is good. Belinda's here. All right, everybody, we're going to start our first reading. And this will be the first of many, many, many today. Let me just get this graphic out so we can have the conversation without it. And welcome, Belinda.
Hello, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Yeah, well, thank you.
So,
a bit nervous, actually.
Really? Oh, don't be. There's only 6 people watching anyway.
Oh, good.
So tell me a little bit about yourself and help me place Brisbane on the map. That's still East Coast, right? Or is that West Coast?
North. Yeah, no, it's east. It's above Sydney.
Nice, very nice.
A couple of hours above.
Nice.
Yeah.
So tell me about yourself. What do you do? How's your year been? And what brought you here to find out about your numerology?
Yeah, I've been a member for a couple of years, actually.
Oh, thank you.
A premium member. So I love it. Obviously, that's why I keep joining up. I just find it really insightful, and I just find it fascinating, actually, that things that I'm feeling or going through literally happen. Yeah. Or, it's truly amazing.
It is.
So, yeah.
I think it sometimes breaks people's brain because they're like, if this is so accurate, then is all of it just out of my control and it was always supposed to happen, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think it's really about destiny, but emotions rhyme. Yeah. And emotions can rhyme wherever you are, and you still want to be on a higher level of the video game, even if you're going through a similar emotion, you know?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So tell me about yourself. What do you do for work? How's this year been? What year are you in, numerology wise?
I think, and I should know this off by the top of my
I can tell
heart.
you. I can tell you.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Well, I think I'm an 11 for the.
Yeah. You're an 11 life path, and you're in a 1 year.
Yeah, I thought that was it, but I didn't want to confidently say it.
No worries.
So it's interesting. The last couple of years, I've had a massive pivot with my work. I've been in tech as well, and I had a life experience with just aging parents, and that's basically changed. I was in fashion tech before that. I walked away for an investor deal the same week my dad died, and then I've just been watching my mum and just the health system, which I know is global because it's an aging population wherever we are. And then I've created another tech platform or product, which I was about to actually launch the last couple of weeks. And then this week there was all these little bugs and things. And this week it basically said, no, just settle and fix up all your mistakes and things to launch in the next week or so. And I just went, oh, that was written. Stop panicking, Belinda. Stop panicking. It's all okay.
Can you tell us about the product you're launching, or do you want to keep that secret until launch date?
No, I can. It's basically for my generation navigating aged care for our parents. So obviously there's a whole heap of stuff that we don't know. And then when someone passes or dies, all the paperwork that if we'd just been organised beforehand, we could have had it all in place. And so it's just to ease that, you know, and then also for me, if I get all my stuff in order for my kids who are only in their 20s. So hopefully they don't need it for a while. But it's just, that's basically what I'm doing.
That's incredible. So is it kind of like Teledipity where you sign up and it gives you instructions, or how does it work?
Kind of. Yeah, kind of. Really? And then people can just store all their information without it being private information, but just on where everything is, you know, all the stuff that you don't actually realize you need with aged care.
So it's not like legal stuff. It's like where everything is. So you go find it.
Basically storing. So you can store all the information on if they've already got a plot, or if they've what sort of service they want, or if they've already got all their documentation for their wills and everything else. So it's just storing it and then storing like who their solicitors or lawyers are.
My entrepreneur brain just lit up because I think that's a huge need. I've in the digital age, like I don't know my parents' passwords.
No,
I don't want to know them.
Subscriptions,
and I always tell them they need to be safer than what they use, because I know they're not using safe passwords. But like, even then, like I like you have to know to go into every the email,
where their subscriptions are, to cancel that so they don't keep getting charged. Like there is so much. So I've literally spent the last 2 years working on this, and what you said
it's not really localized, because it's not an Australia problem, it's a global problem.
No, it's global. Yeah. So I'm obviously starting and testing it here because that's where I am. But same as I've got friends that are using it and testing it, and they've got parents like in America or wherever, it'll still work.
I would love to be an early adopter. I want to check that out.
I'll send you the link.
Yes.
Give me another week, unless Teledipity tells me to send it earlier.
But I think that could be very big, and I think
thank you.
It's an obvious problem, and I don't know that there's anybody else doing it. Do you know if you have competition?
Well, there's people
other than like maybe 1Password, but that's not really what it's for.
It's not really what it's for. So I came across someone today that was kind of similar, but it's still not similar. So I guess I feel like this has been
with the right marketing, you could be huge in a year.
Let's see what Teledipity says, shall we?
Yes. So when you decide, I have your chart in front of me. I'm just trying to figure out where we start this conversation. When you decided to come join us today, what do you think your intention / objective was? Something you're wondering about, confused about, want context on?
No, I think I just wanted to come on, really, because I feel like this is what I was supposed to be doing, and nothing's sort of going to stop me. But it's taken, again, what it's been saying in this, it's taken my whole life, because I just turned 53, taken my whole life to actually trust my gut.
When do you think that shift happened? And tell us how you what's the word I'm looking for? Because I'm curious your thoughts on that. I can figure out where I crossed that line, and it wasn't that long ago. When do you think you crossed that line? What do you think changed to help you?
Not that long ago either. Probably, and again, it seems like I base everything on the last 2 years when my dad died, but it was like massive changes. Then walking away from, 10 years of working on something else, away from an investor deal, the whole lot, then witnessing stuff. Then it's also realizing that I've had codependency things without realizing. So I've done a massive deep dive on myself as well, just with working out what my traits are, how I can improve.
Well, I mean, on the numerology side, there's a lot to talk about with your chart, but I think the first thing I notice with the little I know of your life story is this dichotomy between being the inventor and always feeling like you need partnership.
Validation.
Partnership. Like you need someone else on the fight with you, rather than going solo and being fully in charge of everything. Because of course, you build a company, you're gonna have a team. But it feels like you always wanted like a person sharing the burden, or like a person to kind of like a business marriage, so that it wasn't always your decisions and your risks and your mistakes. And I'm wondering if this is now something that's fully solo for you.
Well, interesting you say that, because I think it was always thinking I wasn't smart enough, good enough, whatever enough. So thinking someone else always knew better. And it's only, I literally have built, so I'm not a coder myself. And obviously with the tools we now have with AI, I have literally built this myself. So it's 100% mine. And previously even a year ago, 6 months ago, I was still out thinking I had to find developers, investors, the whole lot.
Yeah.
Whereas now literally the tools have been handed to me, and obviously years worth of experience to be able to do it myself as well.
Yeah, because you've run a tech company before, so it's not like you're arriving into vibe coding with zero context. You understand how
and
platforms are built and what they need.
Yeah.
That's where I think the vibe coding is a double-edged sword, because even I, who've been running an app for 10 years, there's things in the repo I won't touch. I will hire someone to, not because I can't prompt it, but because experience still matters, you know?
Yeah.
When you're, So anyway, tangent there. So in your previous business, were you founder? Were you, what was the setup there? What like,
I was a founder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I was a founder for a couple of years, and then I got it in the App Store. I had I think, I don't have the stats now, but it was 12, 13 years ago, and I had like 20,000 downloads in a short amount of time, which was really great back then.
It still is.
Well, then I started questioning myself, got a co-founder and a couple of other team members, pulled it down off that and started from scratch, then lost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Sorry for laughing, but
no. I
understand the comedy of that.
Yeah.
Because I know what that means.
Yeah. And so many founders do it. We just think we can't do it. And so you end up going down and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on stuff. Anyway, again, it's learning. It's all learnings.
Or at least in my story, not to project onto you, what it is that sometimes you're not fully aware of when you're doing something that the business needs versus simply seeking validation for yourself that you emotionally need. And it's hard to untangle both. Sometimes the business doesn't need it, but you will convince yourself that it does because it's something you need. Like, you need someone who's talented to accept your job offer, or someone with cachet to invest in the company, even if those things aren't really necessary. And that's where those mistakes usually come from, because it's a validation seeking act, not really a parenting act for you with your own idea.
Yeah. 100%.
And then what happened after they got rid of the 20,000 people? I want to hear the story.
Well, then it was about another, obviously after going through quite a few developers, because that's what you had to do back then.
Yeah.
Trying to hire, and then just trying to obviously sell the product to people. Then obviously COVID hit. Then the co-founder left onto bigger and better things for her, and I was very happy for her. Then I started working out, okay, so it's back to me again. And then I just kept it going. Then I was talking to an investor who was going to buy it out, and then I was going to go over and do stuff with that. And then obviously that's when everything happened with Dad as well. So again, it was all timing, and things happen for a reason, I think. And just knowing that I've got grit and determination to stick with stuff if I believe in something. But yeah.
Yeah, you're an inventor. Now I'm looking at your chart, and I see let me see if I'm accurate with the years. It feels like the climax of your prior venture, where like you reached the apex of it in terms of rewards, recognition, and maybe the happiest time of that chapter. Looks to me like this is 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. And then that's maybe the company's still going, but that's where it ends for you, like
Correct.
Emotionally.
Pretty much.
Right in the middle of 2019, like maybe 6 months before the 2020 event. And from then to here, I can see it's a semi-retirement. It's not really about your professional life at all. It's, I mean, this must be the time where you lose your dad, and when you are just in transition, in transition emotionally, in transition professionally. And there's 2 main sabbatical years there where I see like sabbatical is like, you're not really working at all. 2023 and 2024. There's
That's when I was
nothing there.
doing that's when I was doing the investor deal, literally, and I was working for him, just doing work for him, and then Dad died in the June 24, so it was the leading up to that. So pretty much.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about right now. The story is pretty significant in your chart. I'm sure you're aware that this 1 year is more important for you because it's in your numerology chart, it's a transition between life cycles. All lives are divided into 3 main life cycles: youth, maturity, advanced stage. In advanced stage, we don't want to make it seem meaningless, because it starts in everybody's early 50s and it goes on until whenever. And it's just as important of a life cycle. And for some people, for certain charts, it's the most important professionally. And that's your chart right here. The most important chapter of your career is in your 3rd life cycle. That's when you reach your powers. You have an 8 there, in between a couple of other long-term transits. But that means that it was all building up towards here, like you said. And that everything that came before, even that whole that was just training for this. It wasn't really about that. It was about building this. And a part of it is skill development, and a part of it is character development in all the choices you're facing now and you're going to face over, because this is a couple of decades of your life this is going to be major ingredient. I don't see you, and I don't know what that means. Maybe it's not traditional retirement, but I don't see you retiring until your 67th birthday.
67th?
Yeah.
I've always said it would be 80 something.
Well, by the way, that's why I said, that doesn't really mean you stop working. What it does mean is that you stop working as hard as you had since now, at 67.
Wow.
Maybe you go into the board and stop being CEO. Maybe you sell it. Maybe maybe you delegate so much that you only work 4 hours a day or whatever. But that's where the work stops. And that's where I do see, from 68 onwards, a life that's more about leisure and receiving than it is about creating and inventing. That's almost 2 decades. So
yeah,
that's a lot.
still got a lot.
Exactly. Here, what I see for your company is also very easy to read, just in terms of how the transits combine. It looks to me like even though you're launching right now, there's a 3-year period where you're building the vision. So it sounds like to me like those first 3 years, until your birthday in 2029, which is what month of the year? It's June. Until June 2029. This company is an incubation. I don't know that you are necessarily in need of anything other than listening to your users and fortifying the fort, because I'm going to combine some tech knowledge with some numerology chart reading. This would be the kind of situation with your idea and your chart where my immediate instinct would be, you want to build the app these 3 years with an infrastructure that can withstand more than 10 million active users, even though you don't have them yet. And those are very particular choices in optimizing, in cybersecurity, and all this stuff that is expensive on the front end. And companies usually leave until later, until there's a need. But in these days where things can go viral quickly, sometimes you want to make those investments before you have that kind of traffic. And that's what this looks like to me. So it's very likely to me that you find a user base, you start getting revenue, and the business proves its product market fit and its reason for existing very quickly. But the adoption curve is still slow until it hits acceleration. And I would place that acceleration right at 2029.
Okay.
And from now until then, you have a long-term transit that is an 11, which is not just your life path. So that, like, that's where the dots connect in your chart. Like, this is where your life mission is really, really happening. Like, where, like, it's obviously the whole story, but here is like, the moment.
Okay.
And what 11 signifies most of all is in the careful polishing and construction and channeling of an idea, rather than the scaling of it or the marketing of it or the sales of it. So my gut says that those 3 years are for being very close to users and talking to them 24/7. And you're the decider still, because not all feedback will be right, but to very much change it in their image. So you'll also want to have really smart people using it, the kind of people who are also founders, who can give you really good ideas about, like, if this is going to work for me, I need this. If this is going to work for me, I need this. You have 3 years for that. For, like, getting the features right and for getting the architecture right. So the moment a viral wave hits, you can handle it. So you know this, but I'll explain it for people watching, because people don't realize, like, you build a website, it gets traffic. Like, what's the problem? Well, the problem is that a website or an internet platform is like a restaurant. Normally, you start with a food truck, and then you get a small location that you rent with a few tables, and then if you become famous enough, then you rent a building. Then you rent you make larger investments. You don't want to make those kinds of investments when you don't know if the restaurant will have a clientele, if your instinct about it's selling and it growing is correct. So you wait until there's the demand. So you build the building, and that's how you scale a technology architecture. I think a lot of that is changing with vibe coding and with how quickly things can catch fire without a lot of advertising dollars. So you can't really plan for when the growth hits, and you're either ready for it or you're not. I would be in your shoes with that idea, with this chart, paying, like, and of course that doesn't necessarily mean hiring developers, but paying for the features and the optimizations and the services that will get you ready to be 100 times larger overnight. And I wouldn't say, like, right on your birthday it takes off, but it's going to be very close to that line. And that's where you go from, I am polishing this with a small user base, to this is ready to just take off.
Let's go. Okay. Wow.
And it's just a very neat story that your chart says right there.
Wow. There is actually another side of it. So there's the tech, but there's also the building. When you're saying architecture, there's actually some building stuff, like actual.
Oh, a building, like a data center, or like
aged? No. Oh. Well, but for aged care, but I'm saying pods, but they're not pods. But there's home stuff involved as well.
Oh, okay.
So this is just one side. So it actually, so when you're saying 3 years, that could actually be how long for some of the extra stuff as well.
This is a success story.
Oh,
it is. And it's almost like, in entrepreneurial terms, an overnight success story, because it takes 3 years. That's nothing.
Well, it's only taken 53. It's only taken 53.
Right. So it's not overnight. But in terms of, like, you starting to build this and this getting big, it's only 3 years.
Thank you. Wow. That'd be amazing.
So tell me your reaction to all this. Do any questions come up? How do you, like?
No,
I'm actually. Was this your expect? Like, is the timeline fitting what you thought, or?
I feel like that's where it's at, but there's also the past experiences where you just also have that question going, And the other thing is too, what is success? Like there's the abundant success and there's the learning success. And so
I think success is when your idea is real and it's changing lives in the way that you wanted it to.
Yeah,
That's
that's actually
success,
good.
regardless of where you are financially,
Yes,
because
that's
that's
right.
when you get the actual reward you were seeking.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's easy to forget that. But when you were already seeing that the vision is not just life, but working the way that you always wanted it to, and you're solving the problem for people that you wanted to solve, you were successful. Because that, a lot of people never got there.
No. Wow. Amazing. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah. And I think you're going to get that within like 6 months. But then it's just about making it bigger.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I wasn't expecting that at all.
I like this. I like this reading because we're going to test some of my predictions.
Yeah.
It's going to be on YouTube, and we'll see what June 2029, what event there is right there.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty confident in this.
Wow. Okay. Well, I've got lots to get going with, don't I?
Yeah. So So how do you envision this? You're not gonna go get capital. You're not gonna you're just gonna bootstrap this and go for it.
So if I'd said that 6 months or 8 months ago, I would have laughed. And now I just go, I can't believe what I can actually do myself. Without potentially investment.
Yeah.
Which is unheard of in startup tech land previously.
Well, I think I think that's a big change. Even 8 months ago, we were in a bottleneck, and it wasn't just that I thought, it was that that's where the world was back like a year ago. Like, I'm gonna need more full-time developers just to get this stable. And now, not anymore. Now it's the same team, and we broke through the bottleneck.
Amazing.
So that should scare a lot of VCs, because there's a lot of people that don't need them anymore.
No.
You know?
And it's good for the creatives or the outside the box thinkers to be able to actually implement and do what they can see now themselves. Because I think that's been the hardest thing for so many of like my founder friends as well.
Yeah. It has its bad side, because people need jobs,
I know.
But I think, and I don't know how to reconcile that yet, because I think you want good ideas to get to the world without gatekeepers always, and that's what the internet has always been since the beginning. So I am always a champion for getting rid of gatekeepers. But there's a lot of people who build careers as software developers, and not all of them are going to launch ideas. So I don't know about that.
I don't either, but
sorry. Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah.
Well, and see, I guess all my product is all about care as well. So for me, it's people looking after other people. So I think that's where
you'll still create jobs. Well. You're still going to create jobs.
That'll just be different.
And you're still gonna help people. So that's where just the world adapts and creates new outcomes that are still positive. Especially coming from the minds of creators who are still have their heads screwed on straight, which you clearly do. I'm so excited for you. I just want to applaud. I want to see this product. I will be one of those people giving feedback. I'll sign up, and I would just because I've thought of this stuff a lot, and I am not. I'm not scared of death. If I get hit by a bus, whatever. But then I have to make sure that somebody runs teledipity, and I haven't really thought about do I have a plan for that yet? Those are real things.
They
And
are.
it's not about a will. That has nothing to do
No.
with a will.
And
Yeah.
interestingly, I've done with all the stuff I'm building, I have
Mhm.
then built handbooks because I am the strongest and the weakest link. Because if something
Mhm.
happens to me and I've got subscribers and users,
Mhm.
no one knows what to do with it. So I've got
Yeah.
handbooks to then hand over to people to go,
Yeah.
this is all the tech, this is the whole,
Mhm.
how
And
it
you have
all
to choose
works.
somebody to do it because if you're
Yeah,
not gonna be
that's
there,
yeah.
like, yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Lots to
No.
think about. So
Yeah.
yeah, love it. Belinda,
Thank
it's
you
been
so
amazing to
much.
meet you.
Yeah, you
And
too.
you have my email. I sent you the link. So
Yep,
just send me the stuff there.
I will.
We'll be posting this episode on YouTube. Like if you have links that you want me to add to the description, I'm
Oh,
happy
amazing.
to.
All right.
And stay in touch, please. I want to see
Thank you.
this. And
So great meeting you. Yeah.
I was about to say good luck, but that's not really your
Oh.
situation. You don't need luck.
Oh.
It's just execute the plan, and it's
Okay.
basically set.
I will keep going. I'll keep
Keep
going.
going.
Thank you so much. I really
My
appreciate it.
pleasure. It's
Thank
great
you.
meeting you.
Yeah, you too.
All the best with this endeavor.
Thank you so much. All
Thank
right.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Amazing idea. Wow. So I can see that people are now arriving. Is there any possibility to have a numerology reading in Spanish? So technically, yes, because Spanish is my first language. What I fear is that the stream is as much for you as it is for others. And if most of the audience won't be able to follow along with the reading, then a piece of the exchange is lost, because the exchange is not just you get a free reading. The exchange is you get to share your life with strangers. We get to talk about your chart, your fears, your dreams in front of strangers. And then everybody who's watching gets to see a piece of themselves in you, a piece of who they once were, who they still are now, or maybe who they expect to be in a few years, because they can see that once they get to wherever you are standing for whatever reason, that they would have the same problems you have. And it's almost like a preview of coming attractions. Like, how would I deal with that when I get there? And that's the value of having readings be public. It's not just about the gift of giving you a reading, but the gift of sharing your life and having other people watch what your life is about, and what numerology has to say about it. So the point of the show is not for me to give away free readings, but for me to create a space for everybody to watch everybody else, and everybody to see themselves in everybody else, everybody to help out everybody else. So people who watch are not just passive observers who are waiting for their own reading. Sometimes there are people who can help the person in the reading. I've already been hearing the stories, and as I collect them, I'll be sharing more of them live. But it's been happening a lot. 4 times already. Somebody shows up with a problem, and then somebody reaches out to them via social media, via Instagram. They find them because sometimes we add the links, but sometimes we don't, because they weren't provided to us. And still be people find them. It's like, hey, I can see you were looking for a job. I have something. Or hey, I have an organization that supports entrepreneurs like you. And that's the most amazing part of the stream. So I just fear that if I give you the reading in Spanish and very few people are able to understand it, then it just becomes a reading for you that nobody else can engage in. Maybe the audience feels different. But if we're going to do a 20-minute segment of the stream in a different language, I just feel that becomes inaccessible. And of course, I don't plan on doing it that way forever. Right now, the stream gets maybe 300 views every week. So it's a very small audience. If we ever get to a place where it's like 2,000 people, then it would make sense to do a separate stream in Spanish for Spanish viewers, and maybe even a Portuguese one, because I speak Portuguese too. But I can't do 3 streams with such a small audience And I also don't want to cut off the ability for other people to watch and engage if we do it in another language. So unfortunately, my first reaction is I think I have to say no right now. Not because I don't want to give you a free reading, because obviously if you want to come in and do it in English, you can basically get on without any friction. I just don't want to have a segment of the stream that only very small portion of the stream can really understand and engage with. And I hope that makes sense to you. That's the reason. All right. Thank you for the answer regarding the Spanish possibility. It's just that I miss some words in English, but when you speak slowly, I can get it. Absolutely, I can speak slowly. And also, if you don't understand something in the middle of the reading, I can just say it in Spanish. That's just like a word or a sentence or two. I already did that last week, and that's not a problem for me, obviously, because I can translate for you. But we definitely want to do 90% of it in English, and then it's not a problem. Andres, hi, I have a question. You made me a reading a month ago. Can there be changes about what you read in my chart? Or is there a destiny already written? There's no changes in the interpretation. It's just an interpretation. So remember, I'm not a fortune teller. I don't predict the future with 100% accuracy. I never have a claim to. And maybe my interpretation of what I said is not the right description of the events, but the events still fit in a different way. So that might be like I would have to know what exactly I said and what's been happening that is making you doubt if the numerology changed. So I think I would need more information to answer specifically. Like, because if you said like, well, you said I would likely get this job, but I didn't. Did the interpretation change? No, it didn't. It's just that your chart was talking about an opportunity coming very soon. So if it wasn't the one you were expecting, it's probably one right after it, the next thing you apply to. And I'm not saying this is you, but that would be an example. So I'm doing this in readings, right? I just did it with damn, I already forgot her name. Sorry about that. I just did it with Belinda, where I said like it wouldn't surprise me if X. It makes sense that this would happen on this date, but watch the wording. It wouldn't surprise me if, and it would make sense if, is not a fortune telling prediction at all. It's not me with a crystal ball saying this is what your future holds or this is what your destiny holds, because really numerology doesn't really claim that or work that way. It's the sequence of emotions, of opportunities, of challenges, of growth moments, and how they come together so that I can build a narrative of what would make sense for me based on what you're telling me about your story and what the chart is telling me about the next few years. Of course, it can get really accurate and really specific. And that's not just the numerology system, but maybe my use of it or my own personal individual mastery of it. It's still not 100%. Think of it like weather forecasting. It's usually right, but sometimes it says it's going to rain and it doesn't. You know, and that's as accurate as it can get. I just would want to figure out what you think changed. I will be here next week for reading in English. Awesome. I would love to have you on, and I would love to give you that reading. I'm looking forward to it. We'll see you here next week. No, nothing. I actually think everything was amazing and accurate. It was just question, not something that is happening right now. Oh, yeah. Then my answer is that. Remember, there is no destiny. There is no thing that will happen with 100% certainty. There is no, like, and this is where people might disagree, and that's okay, because it depends on your spiritual worldview of what the world is and how it functions, and what the interaction between free will and your decisions versus stronger forces that are not always going to cancel them out, which is the external weather of your life, the events, the situations, the turning points. And your life story is a combination of the two, is a co-creation between yourself and the universe. If you are of the worldview that the universe is handling everything and it doesn't matter what you decide or what you do, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I am going to say that's definitely not Pythagorean numerology's worldview, and definitely not Teledypity's worldview, and definitely not my worldview when I give a reading. It's your choices still matter. And the outcome is going to be half what I see in the chart and half what you do with it. It's very similar to what happens when you play poker. Of course, an element of poker, no matter how talented you are, is the cards you get. And you can't change those. But when you have talent and you're a good decision maker, it doesn't matter what cards you get, you can still win, because it's your decision making that overrides the circumstances, the element of luck or chance. I think in the world we live in, numerology will measure the cards, but it won't measure your skill as a player. And your life story really depends on your skill as a player. It doesn't really depend on the cards that much. Half of it is the cards, half of it is what you do with them. So who else is here? I see that the audience grew. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining Teledipity Live. 6 hours live every Wednesday, every single week. I don't know how I'll deal with like December, but I want to have it every single week, even if it's Christmas, even if it's New Year's, even if it's whenever. My commitment is to be here every Wednesday. So every Wednesday, 6 hours, live readings, Q&A, and rants about life in the world and AI and building businesses and being an artist and being a creator, and not really what's happening in the world, because I don't like to talk about that, but how we still have power over our own stories, even in under a chapter for the world that is clearly messy, but it doesn't matter. As I was saying before, it's your life and it's your chart that matters, not the world's chart, or not whatever's going on with the world. Maybe sometimes it affects you, but those are still the cards. You can always make happiness happen, and that's your free will. Cool. All right, Dr. Jenna Hobbins, I think you're next. I just if you're okay with it, I just need 1 minute to clear the last reading mentally to get ready for yours. So I'm just gonna chat for another minute or two, but you're gonna be next. So definitely get ready with camera and microphone and everything else. And in a couple of minutes, I'll be sending you the link. So tell me, who else is here? Where are you watching from? How is life? How have your Teledipity forecasts been working out for you? Any changes, any transitions, anything you're wondering about, any questions you have about any of it? Happy to answer more. I don't know why I'm so tired right now. It's not, I had a good night's sleep. You know what? I need some caffeine. I think that's what's missing. I have it right here. So you're going to see me disappear from the screen for like 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, because it's right outside this room. So I'm just going to go get my energy drink and I'll be right back. There we go. So, do I have any questions to answer before we do the next reading? Give me something. Hola from Barcelona. How are you? Money, breath, magic. I think I know. We've talked before, right? I recognize the branding money, breath, magic. I think we've interacted. Were you on the affiliate application? I think, yeah, I think I know you, or I've heard of you. True. Love coming here every week and hear different stories and questions about numerology and telepathy. Exactly. That's what's so cool about, the live reading thing was just an idea and I didn't know if it would work. And I wanted to try it out. But then once I did it the first few weeks, I realized that this is actually a very known format. They used to have these call-in radio shows all the time before the internet age. And I think that's what's beautiful about it, because I don't know about you, everybody who's watching, but for me, every single reading I do, I can empathize. I've been there, I am there, or I can see where I might be there one day. But there's a piece of me in everybody. Same fears, same insecurities, same anxieties, same confusions, and just same. I've either lived that story or I know I'm going to one day. And that's what's so awesome about it, because first of all, we're not that different. It doesn't matter what country we live in, what gender we are, what other elements of our life story are different, and there are differences, and it's not all the same, obviously. But then at the same time, we are more alike than we think, always. And we always forget that. We always think that it's just us, or that it's only we who struggle with certain things, only we who have certain fears, only we who have I don't know, certain limitations. And it's not true. It's not true. They're always more universal than we think. And I was also reflecting on this recently. I was writing a premium email that hasn't gone out yet. It's going to go out to some people soon. But I was reflecting on it because I was thinking about the power of belief, not in the context of law of attraction, but just in the context of how it changes your outcomes in life, and how you can be in a difficult situation, but your beliefs around it are what help you find the exit, or the opportunity, or the solution to them. And this is never to say that our problems aren't real, or they shouldn't affect us, or they shouldn't stress us out, because they're real, and we have every right to feel bound by them when we are in the face of them. But when I was 20 years old, and I was in college, I ended up volunteering for this physically challenged athletes scholarship fund. And the scholarship fund was really special because it was for college students, age 20 through 24, no, 18 through 24, who were athletes and then had an accident. And as a result of that accident, ended up with a disability. And the stories were heartbreaking, because when you're 20, like, these people are your age. They have the same dreams for their lives. They have the same desire to live certain experiences. And then they go snowboarding one day, and somebody crashes into them, and now they're in a wheelchair. And the doctors say that they're going to be in a wheelchair for life. And you think that this is rare, but then when you go into an organization like that, you think this happens more often than you realize. And I don't know what I would do in that situation. I don't know how I would handle that. Can you imagine just being 20, 21 years old and waking up one day and being and having a disability because of something you couldn't prevent or control, and then having to wonder about what my life story is going to be now. Am I going to be able to follow my dreams? Am I going to be able to find love? Am I going to be able to travel everywhere I want to travel? And having to deal with that, and that's a lot to untangle when you're so young, at any age really, but when you're so young. And the most beautiful part of supporting that organization is that I was always impressed with how they bounced back and how they didn't let that event define them or stop them from anything. Whether they went to still compete athletically in different events, Paralympic events, or they started businesses or got master's degrees and amazing jobs, or still found love, still went to parties, still traveled, and just kept living their lives. For me, watching that from the outside looking in, being the same age as them, it was a lesson in how your beliefs still matter, no matter what you're up against, because we're all up against something and we all feel unlucky about something. But even then, it all comes down to mindset, doesn't it? Am I still going to go out and live a great life? Or am I going to decide that luck prevented me from doing so? And it turns out that even though you may have lost a limb, even though you may be you may have ended up with a disability in an accident, you're the one with the beliefs, not the world. The world might think, well, this person's maybe going to find it difficult to find love. But if you don't think it, then it's not. It doesn't have to be your story. If you believe, yeah, I'm going to find love, of course I'm going to find love, then you do. If you believe, yeah, I'm still going to be successful, I'm still going to build a business, I'm still going to travel to Europe, then you do. And everybody else might even, like the world might even encourage you to think smaller or encourage you to let go of certain dreams, but you're still the one who decides whether that's going to define you or not, whether it's going to stop you. And it's not like those disabilities are fake. It's not like they're narratives. It's not like they're not real. Of course they're real. But your belief and your positivity and your willingness to still work with life, to find good things, to keep good things, to live a meaningful story. That's where you come in. That's where your free will comes in. And that's above all else where your beliefs come in. And do you think that's law of attraction or just simple logic? Because I don't really know. But I know that if you believe that any obstacle standing in your way isn't big enough to stop you, isn't big enough to change, to keep you from what you want, or to hold you back, then it's not going to be. And then you're still going to get way, way farther than you think just by working on your beliefs about what's possible for you and about what you're going to make happen. I don't think that's law of attraction. I think that's just a choice that we make in the face of our obstacles. And I remember I remember learning that from them back then. And I remember, I think I always remember them when I'm up against something. Advice on how to kickstart a life shift. I feel it coming, but it's taking forever. This is the last question I'll answer before we do Dr. Jenna Robbins' reading, because she's been waiting and she's coming next. If you feel it coming, embrace that, but don't act on until you're ready. Sometimes you feel it coming because it's true. That doesn't mean it's time to do anything about it today. I think you know when you're ready, and I think you know when it's time. Usually, a life shift you kickstart when the pain of change is far less than the pain of staying the same. That's when most of us change. That's when most of us take the big risks and do something extraordinary, because we realize that staying in safety is probably worse. So you're probably there already, but if you're not, you're probably 90% there, and I think you'll sense the turning point beneath you. You'll sense the turning point inside you, and then you'll know it's time, because there's nothing in my old life that I really want to be protecting anymore. I don't know what's going to happen with the risks I'm going to take. What I do know is that I don't want this, so let's just move on, and then you go. I think what you're asking though is when do you know if it's going to work out, so that you do it knowing that it's going to work out. That connects to the thing that I was saying before. You have the power to make it work out. And you tap into that power when you believe. And you believe when you decide to believe. And that's a decision that you make. And if you know it's going to work out, and you know you have to, that's the time when you do it. And the unfortunate piece is that no one will ever be able to confirm it for you, not even a numerologist. I can tell you it's time to change. You still have to make the choice. And the choice, you have to find a way to make it without being scared of the outcome, without being scared of failing, and also just knowing that the universe is going to support you in the change. You have to find that strength inside you. And if you feel ready, go. If you feel ready but you still can't go, don't worry about it. Wait until you can go, and then go. I don't know if that was a good answer, but I think at the end of the day, you have to trust yourself and you have to make the choice. That's how all big life shifts begin. You don't want a big life shift starting any other way than decided by you, committed by you, or committed from you, committed with commitment, and with the faith that it's going to work out. Good luck. All right, Dr. Jenna Robbins, I'm going to email you the link to join me. Second reading of the day. Jenna's coming over. We're going to talk to her. We're going to do her reading. All right. Dr. Jenna Robbins, let me find you here. Found you. Email's coming to you in a second. Email's out. Dr. Jenna, the email's in your inbox. That's where the link where you can join me. And while you head over, I'm going to pull up your chart. Jenna. Whoops. One more week and all this will be automated. Vibe coding is awesome. Sometimes. Alrighty. Got this chart. Oh, interesting. Jenna's another 11. Second 11 of the day. Is today the day of all 11s? Wow. All right, charts on my screen. Let's go. Hello. Good morning.
Hi. So I'm hearing double feedback, like with 20-second.
Yeah. Possibly you have the stream live in another tab, like the YouTube stream. Go in there and click mute on that.
Okay, thank you.
Whoops. Jenna, we lost you. Come back. I'm gonna wait for Jenna to come back. Jenna, click on the stream link again. I think you closed out of the tab with the call. This caffeine has to kick in soon. Jenna, did we lose you? We can get you back, but let's give it another couple minutes. Otherwise, we'll bring somebody before, and then we'll do Jenna after. No problem. Just don't want to keep everybody waiting. Jenna's back. Hello.
Isn't technology wonderful?
Yes, it is.
So at the beginning of the year, I went to deposit check on the 2nd of January. I was notified by the bank that I could no longer use Dr. Jenna at the bank on my account, that it was a nickname. And I could
like a DBA?
Deposit. Yeah. Well, no, because I just had an account for 40 years and here's the money and da-da-da. But they would not let me add anything on that account. I had to open a whole new account, and I was like, screw it. But I thought that was funny that I'm in a year 9, and the first day of the year, I'm being told I'm no longer Dr. Jenna, I'm Jennifer. So I've been transitioning out of my 40-year career as a holistic physician. And so that was just somewhat of an indication of that.
Tell me more. What other changes are you doing on this interesting 9-year? Is there more changing? What brought you to the reading today? What are you?
Well, I'm entering the 7th decade. And I was brought into the healing field through a personal injury at age 20.
Jenna, we lost you. I don't know if you can still hear me. I think maybe your webcam is off. Maybe. 1 second, Jenna. We can't hear you. I think now the microphone's off too. It's muted. Yeah, your microphone's off. Still can't hear you, sorry.
Now can
now we can. We got it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So
so
back
I
to the
know
story
that
you
I'm
were
transitioning.
sharing.
The building that I was working in for 30 years was sold in COVID. Last 5-6
Mercury retrograde. Jennifer, we lost you again. I didn't turn this on. Or this. Jennifer. Okay. So, Jennifer, I'm super sorry. I want to keep the stream going. So, I'm going to bring somebody else on. And if you're still around after, we can try this one more time. Apologies, but I just don't want to pause the stream too long. This stuff happens. I don't blame you. It can be confusing, and there's a lot of technology involved, your laptop, your microphone, everything else. We've all been through it with Zoom calls, so don't worry about it. But I just want to make sure that we continue the stream going. So if anybody else on the chat has applied and is ready for a reading, let me know. And the application form is right here. And if you're ready to jump on, and let me know. Just say, I am ready and I applied. Matt Delano, you'd commented earlier. Let me know. If you're live, if you're on the stream, if you want to join us, say, I applied and I'm ready. Who wants to be next? All right. I applied. Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen. Sue Ellen, get ready. I'm going to send you the link in a minute. Email is out. You should be getting it in a second or two. And I'm pulling your chart right now. Sue Ellen. All right, Sue Ellen, I'm ready. You have the link in your inbox. I have your chart on my screen. We are ready to go. Interesting chart. Sue Ellen, I sent the link to your Yahoo email. It's July 15th. That's crazy. It's sent, Swellen. That's weird. Let me check. You applied today. I see Swellen. Did you write it correctly? Let me see if maybe you wrote it incorrectly. I'm going to find you on the website. No, it's written correctly. It starts with pink, right? I'll send it again. Is this? Yeah. I sent another one. Swellen, can you confirm that your email starts with pink? Yes, it's my high school email. Yeah, I sent it right there. Try maybe like your spam folder or something like that, or trash. I sent it twice already, and yeah, it's there. I didn't get a bounce back or anything, and it's the same email you used to log into Teledipity. Is this Mercury retrograde? Here she is. Hello.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing great, thank you. Where are you streaming in from? Tell me about yourself. Tell me how this year's been, and what brought you here.
So I'm currently in Barcelona.
Nice.
I'm saying hola.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah. So I am now a digital nomad. I've been kind of bouncing around the world the last, let's see, a year and a half now. So I quit my corporate job last year in March,
Congrats.
Took my business full time. Thank you. But as we know, that comes with all the self-development and growth. Yeah, so I quit my job last year. I was my corporate job. I'm a CPA by trade, so accounting. Had like 17-year finance career working for one of the mega US companies running their accounting department, but was very miserable. I just always felt like my work didn't really have a purpose, I guess you could say. Like I didn't feel like I was contributing to the greater society in any way. I always felt like all my work was just going towards making the, shareholders more money. So I always felt so unfulfilled. Yeah, so I started my business a couple years after a very challenging breakup in time. And, it's funny how the universe kind of sets you up for a life you didn't really know. Like I ended up living in Chicago completely by myself, but that really built me to become a digital nomad. Like I learned how to rebuild, create an entire life, and so it kind of set me up for this like discomfort that you feel being a nomad and living in new places. So yeah, like last year I finally took the leap, quit my job in March. I moved over to Bali for like 6 months, lived there, was living in Egypt, bounced back to the US. And then now I'm like in Spain, kind of settling down in the visa process right now. So yeah, that's kind of my background, but I'm kind of in a pivot in my business right now too, which is bringing up a lot. So I'll pause there and then we can
tell me about. I have 2 questions came to mind. One is more important than the other, so I'll start with that one. Tell me about your business. What does it do, and what's the concept? What's the vision?
Yeah. So when I first started my business, I was kind of just doing bookkeeping, fractional CFO work, kind of helping support small business owners with their money, like the strategy and their books and everything. But that still just wasn't like, it felt good to be able to help people because I felt like I was actually making a difference in like real people's lives, you know. But I'm very intuitive. I'm very like in like the manifestation woo side of the world, if we want to say. And so like I'm really into like energetics and wanting to support people with money in a much greater capacity. So in terms of like their belief systems around money, their relationship with money, and I'm like a breathwork and somatics facilitator. So really helping them with anxiety and the fear and all of this stuff in the body around money, because I think that's really the gap that is missing when you think about how a lot of traditional CPAs are talking about money. They're telling you what to do with the money, what accounts to use, all of this, but there's money is so much deeper than that. Money truly is just an energetic exchange. And like, I'm really trying to support people more in this like holistic view of money. But that's brought up a lot of limiting beliefs and all this in my own work of like, can I really do this? And so I'm kind of at this like precipice where I finally have launched this into the world. I had my first workshop last week and last month, I guess it's been a few weeks now. And I literally wanted 10 people to sign up. I had like almost 60 people sign up for this workshop, which I was like mind blown by. And I think that's really showing me that people need and want this work. But it's kind of like pushing myself to do it, you know? So that's kind of like where I'm at in my business right now.
What do you think is the scary part for you? Because it's clearly not your mastery of the topic.
Yeah, I think there's a few things. I think it's something new. I've never operated in this way, you know. It's like getting people to understand the importance of this too. And I think like just the messaging and like actually conveying this without people thinking that, you know, I don't know, a lot of people are still just opening up to the idea, I think, of like energetics and everything. So I think it's like putting myself out there in that way. And like, just, can I do it? You know, can I help people get results? It's like, I've been able to get myself results, but it's the fear that someone hires me and they don't get the same like results that I've gotten in my life, you know, and that's kind of taking on responsibility for others. And that's, you know, some other stuff to work through, but that's like the big stuff. I think that comes up.
I think that's a funny thing you noticed because there's another money belief there, but I think the one you're an expert in is in the management and the spending and the organization around your money. But the other piece, which every creator goes through, especially in this space, but it's almost like a rite of passage. I don't know that anybody arrived knowing it, so there's nothing weird about it, which is like the price and the fear around living up to the price. And the meaning of the price is setting yourself too low, setting yourself too high, because that's where you are literally, like in financial terms, you're valuing yourself.
Exactly.
And we tend to undervalue a lot about that, and it's because the things that we are offering to others that are like the result of our talent, skill, mastery, they come easy to us. But that doesn't mean that they come easy to everybody. But we think like, well, this was always easy to me, so why would they pay for this?
Right.
But the reality is that that's why you're an expert. That's why you are offering this, is because it's not easy for everybody else. There's a book that really helped me. It is loaded because it's maybe it's old internet, a little bit of it, and another piece of it is his personal brand right now is associated with things that I'm not into or whatever. Like there's a lot of like Christianity stuff and whatever. It's not in the book, but when you look him up, that's what he's associated with. But it's called Expert Secrets. Okay. And the book is basically about monetizing your knowledge and the steps to go through there, how to explain it, how to present it, and how to define it, and how to trust that it can be monetized. It helps a lot. Then you get into stuff like webinars and stuff that's where I say like it's old internet, and I don't think that they apply anymore. But the concepts I think are evergreen, even though the techniques are not. So if you want to check it out, I think, and it's also an easy read. I think it might be good.
Cool.
But so you set up this workshop, and people showed up, and what next?
Yeah, and so now it's like, launching this coaching offer and starting to work with clients and everything. But it's this interesting. Everything feels a little unsettled in my life right now because I'm in the visa process and figuring out where I'm going to live. And it's, I've been nomading for the last kind of like year and a half, and I'm kind of like craving some more groundedness, I think, in my life overall. But it's this like analysis paralysis. Do I keep nomading? Do I actually settle here? And it's like, I turned 40 last year, and it's like, wanting to find a partner. If I'm bouncing around the world, am I really going to find all of these like things, when it's like, I really want to be focused on business. So yeah, right now I'm like launching coaching. I still have my agency side of the business working with, but I'm kind of like in this pivot of trying to like move into this new work. And just like hosting breathwork workshops, community building type stuff, and just starting to expand and just get this work out here. And just, I think just really showing up from the heart and just coming from like a, giving place is really where I'm starting, and see where it goes.
Piece of nomading advice. I don't know if you'll make this mistake, because I mean, this is coming from personal experience. Don't tangle yourself up too much with a European bureaucracy until you're convinced you're staying.
Yeah.
Because one of the mistakes I did is like I want to finish things, so I come in, it's like, okay, I'm gonna need this, I'm gonna need this, I'm gonna need this, and then a year later it's like, this isn't a fit. And then untangling all that stuff is a mess. It's a financial mess. It's a bureaucratic mess. And it's like, I was in Portugal for a year, and I still have stuff there that I have to like, cause it was the mistake of trying to build roots too quickly before, obviously like get the visa, pay the taxes, but don't open too many accounts. Don't be sure before you do that.
I won't be buying property here anytime soon. That's for sure.
No, because I mean, if you're organized, and if you like to check your boxes, it's an easy mistake to make. And I've been warning people about that because I regret so much of it already.
Oh, no.
But what brought you to Barcelona, and how are you feeling about it so far?
I'm loving it. I think the city has so much to offer. I'm still learning Spanish, so that's like a little bit of a, I feel like
Congrats on making the effort, because a lot of people don't, and that's
I'm from Florida originally, so there's a lot of like Spanish, but yeah, so I feel like I don't quite fit in, but it's a goal of mine to be fluent in Spanish, so I feel like what better place than to do it. Honestly, when people ask me why I'm here, I was like working with a life coach 2 years before I even quit my job, and we were doing like a future self visualization, and I just could so clearly see myself in Spain. This is before I even decided to quit my job. Like, just something told me to be here, honestly. Like, that's my answer. So I just follow that.
That's enough of an answer. Sometimes it's just instinct.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to check before we dive into your chart, Sue Ellen, originally, like, it's Ellen is a middle name, or is it actually Sue Ellen combined?
It's my first name. Yeah, I don't have a middle name.
So you don't have a middle name. Oh, that's important, actually. Interesting. So no, like in birth certificate, no middle name, just Sue Ellen, and then your last name.
I can thank my dad for that.
Okay.
I'm from the South. I get 2 names.
Thank God I checked, because that actually changes a lot of the chart. So and you wrote it correct and tell everybody, but I just wanted to check. So okay. So this chart has a nomading long-term transit right there. It starts in 2022. Is that when you went to Chicago?
Yes.
Yeah, that's where this long-term transit began. I'm not like just because you mentioned this stuff, so I want to make sure that you don't think that this applies to all this other stuff. Doesn't mean you won't build roots anywhere or find a partner or anything else.
Yeah.
But the nomading chapter doesn't end until your 44th birthday.
Okay.
That's 2030, 2029, 2030. Yeah. So you still have a ways to go, and I think that it's not just nomading. It's not like there's a long-term transit in numerology. It's called nomading. It's really tied back to freedom, and what you are experimenting with in all areas of your life is that concept of freedom. That's geographic freedom. It's professional freedom. It's financial freedom. It's spiritual freedom. It's emotional freedom. It's identity freedom. And all of it ties back to the same concept, which is I want to make sure that all of those are built by me, decided by me, controlled by me, and not influenced by anybody else. And when we enter chapter, not everybody has a long-term transit like this that's so long. In your chart, I think it's important to get that concept right for whatever reason. And we'll look a little deeper into that. But at this time in your life, based on what you had gone through before, you never really had freedom at this level before. And now that you are deep into it and have you can work on anything, you can live anywhere, you can spend your time however you want, you can have whatever hobby, there are no constraints. The decision making becomes more complex, and it brings up more anxiety, not less, because we think of freedom as it's going to be so much peace, but you have to really know how to operate in that kind of a cloud of uncertainty when it's all your choices and all your consequences. That entrepreneurs work with this number, nomads work with this number, and you have it everywhere in this chapter of your life, not in your chart, in this chapter of your life. So I think you sought it for a reason. And I think that this chapter of your life is an important evolution phase in the story of your soul to find the looking for the right word. To find the mindset, the beliefs, and the character to live under uncertainty and under full I want to say consequences, like everything is a consequence of a choice you made. It's not really anymore from the outside world. It's not really anymore from anything other than all coming from you. And the right approach to freedom is complete and total self-trust. But complete and total self-trust is like self-love. It's like, yeah, we all know we should have it, but it's not really, I don't know if it's something everybody reaches 100%, and it's something we all struggle with in certain ways. And we can say, oh yeah, I trust myself, but that doesn't really mean that you're doing it all the time in every way. So I think that in the early stages, and that was all like when you mentioned Chicago as a training ground for this, your chart really is giving that exact same story, because it was the first 2 years of this long-term transit. And those first 2 years were actually in your last 9-year cycle, your 8 and 9 year, where you're still actually wrapping up the last season in the TV show of your life. And it's not really about the new story. And the new story began in 2024. And I'm assuming that's when you went to Bali first before coming to Europe, or a little later.
I went to Bali on a women's retreat, and that's when I made the decision to quit my job. And I quit my job. I notified them that I was quitting my job at the end of 2024, but because of my position, I worked into the beginning of 2025 to kind of like wrap up ties. But then I moved to Bali in March of 25, like 9 months later.
So share with everybody, what's the scariest part of being completely free like you are already?
I mean, it's everything you're saying is resonating so deeply because I have craved freedom for so long. I remember coming to Europe the first time backpacking when I was, I don't know, maybe 25 or something. I was like, holy, like this is amazing. Like I desire this level of freedom. I never saw how it could actually be possible for me. I'm just an accountant, like I never, ever thought. And, fast forward, it took 12 years and now you're free. But the level of decision making, it's just constant decisions of where do I belong? Am I making the right decision? And I think one of the most difficult, but also like completely liberating experiences is like you learn so much about yourself and learning to trust yourself to make these decisions and knowing that there is no wrong decision, and it's like, do I stay in Barcelona? Do I go? Do it? It's like learning to tune in and how this experience is feeling for me and just knowing that whatever decision I make is the right decision and that I can handle whatever is thrown my way. But I think it's the self-trust, learning to trust your intuition and complete self-acceptance. And it's like, yeah, it's lonely, when you're like sometimes like moving around and trying to meet new people. And yeah, it's just, it's self-development on crack for sure.
I think the part you're not mentioning that I can sense that you're good at from your background, but also from your chart, is that freedom also implies you choosing your restrictions. Because if you were going to be free in a mindset of I do what I want when I want, eventually those choices will lead you to lose your freedom. For example, like the stupidest example, because it applies at every level, but the stupidest example is like, well, I'm just gonna go shop because I want this shirt, I want this handbag, I want this whatever, like, and now I want to go visit wherever, and like the business is not really at a place where it can sustain that, and then all of a sudden you have to get a job, and that's where you gave away your freedom, because in level 1 of the video game, you think freedom is about chasing your desires all the time, 24/7. But in reality, freedom is that prioritization. Is like, if I want this in 5 years, I have to take it away from myself right now. I have to, if I want to run a business, I have to be the one. And I'm not saying you're not doing this, but I'm just kind of like untangling the concept. Like, I have to be the one that sits down at my desk 8 hours a day and keeps to that, because otherwise the foundation of this freedom, that like you have it today, but the point is also to extend it into the future, to have it always. And that comes with the decision to sometimes not exercise the freedom that you do have, and like put it off, and that's also a part of freedom.
1000%. I mean, it definitely requires discipline, of like having, there's been periods throughout this of where, like, when I first quit my job, I allowed myself to rest. It's like I busted my butt for 20 years, like I'm in a rest. And I think that's part of the experience too. But that was hard for me, coming from someone who's so ambitious, who had been working her way up this corporate ladder, to just now land in Bali and say, I'm just going to sit on a beach, was very difficult for me, actually. I immediately was like, I need to go make money. I need to hustle, so learning that rest is part of the experience, and that helps you go inward, and to be able to listen to that intuition and self-trust is what you need to do. But another thing for me too is also like, kind of along the lines you're saying, is kind of like the boundaries as well, and being able to say no to, like, I've accepted clients that may not have been totally aligned with me, and it turned out to be, and I knew this, but because you needed the money, and it's learning to know what is truly aligned with what you're creating, and know when you need to say no as well. Oh, you froze. Are you there?
Thank God I didn't lose the stream.
You froze. Yeah.
My browser died, but the time this happened.
Like, is it me or is it you?
No, thank God that you stayed, because the last time this happened, the stream went off, and I had to launch another stream, and some people didn't make it over. So at least you were there to hold the fort while I came back. Okay, keep going. Sorry, you were talking.
I don't know what we were saying. I was just saying part of the experience is also learning when you should say no, when something's being dangled in front of you, when maybe it's not aligned with this life of freedom that you're creating. Basically, that was something I had to learn along this journey.
And taking the wrong client is another example of you foregoing your freedom.
Exactly.
In the search of getting it.
Exactly. So that was a big lesson through this first kind of year of this journey too.
Yeah. Also, I think, and I'm just pulling from my own experiences. I think freedom to not beat yourself up, to know when and how that's constructive and when it's not. You said it because it's only logical from the outside looking in. Like anybody would understand it, but when you're living in it yourself, you start blaming yourself. For example, like of course, when you are in your 40s and you move to another country, you're not just going to have a new social circle overnight. It's going to take time. But while you're in that process, the easiest thing to do is say, well, maybe I'm not trying hard enough, or maybe I'm not doing everything I can to find new friends. That's not really, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just not that easy. You're not going to a college where like there's the friendships are just there for the taking. And there's the element of age, and there's the element of being in a different country, and there's the element of people having their lives and their jobs and their stuff. And it takes time. It's not impossible, but it's not going to be overnight. And I think part of that process is not blaming yourself. Easier said than done.
Yeah, and loving your own company, because you're going to get a lot of time with yourself for sure.
So this transit is very long term. It's almost like it's the same energy repeated over and over and over again. When I see a chart like that, it's harder to say, well, like this year this happens, this year this happens, because you're just in this extended phase of make this work. I can tell you though that that once you cross into the 2030s, right after your 44th birthday, I see completely different ingredients in your life that are almost the opposite of this. Not that you lose freedom, but that you go back to a life where there's roots, there's a single city, and there's this professional environment where it definitely looks like there's a leadership role for you. Like you are the head of a team and the head of some sort of operation that's executing something that's very financially rewarding for you. So I don't want to make it sound corporate, but the ingredients look like it because it's an office. It's very technical work. It is an operation, and it is very systems based, and it's almost routine in a way that your life isn't right now. Like right now, every day is different. On the other side of that, there's success, there's abundance, there's the next level of your life mission. But that's where like maybe it comes back to the kind of life you used to know. Even if you're not an employee anymore, even if you're no longer in corporate settings, you kind of regain that structure. And I think that regaining that structure is probably something you seek after so many years being unmoored. And something that probably also becomes an exercise in your own freedom, because now you're choosing it and you're remembering that there's parts about that kind of life that you like, not being an employee in a corporate setting, but having an operation that's predictable, that's stable, that knows what it's doing, that has roles for everybody, and that is, I can't say for certain, but it makes sense in terms of both your life mission and this sequence of events, that it is yours, that you built it, but that it does become less of like a free spirit thing, and more like we are an organization solving a problem and making a contribution, and we operate and run as such. And that seems to be, from your chart's perspective, and I want to say this carefully, because I'm not dismissing your objectives or your projects right now. It's more of your life mission than this is. This takes you there. This evolves into that. This becomes that. It's almost like this is the baby of that. So I'm not sure that you're making a pivot. But once it becomes organization, team, structure, city, location, the foundation of your life, you actually love that. You built it, you choose it, and you rely on it from then on. Does that sound like what you were planning, or is that news to you?
It definitely sounds aligned with who I am. I'm really loving this. I'm really loving this. I'm just floating around the world, kind of like, doing this new work. But when I tune into the vision of my business, like, I don't think I'll ever go back to corporate, honestly, but I think that my business evolves into, like, I know I'm a leader. I've always been a leader in my life. Like, I see like a team organization structure, recurring revenue, like it's systematized. Like, that's definitely who I am at my core. So yeah, that makes sense. I just don't know what, I was actually talking to my business coach about this. Like, I can feel into the energy of that vision, but I don't know what it is yet specifically. And I think it's the steps I'm taking right now and what I'm creating, eventually that evolves somehow. And I'm trusting it's going to happen.
Yeah. It feels like to me, like what you are building is around the same themes and the same concepts, but you're exploring something that you don't really know what it evolves to down the line. So the first step of exploration is in being directly in front of people, whether it's coaching them or giving workshops or just talking to them one-on-one to understand all the faces of the problem, all the context in which it happens, all the different ways in which it presents itself, and all the while your system's architectural brain is absorbing these patterns and almost trying to build something that replaces that direct service. And I'm not like, I don't mean to sound like you're building a technology necessarily.
Yeah.
But what it does feel like is that you are, in the broad sense of the word systems, are a systems architect, a systems designer, a systems manager, and that's where you're taking your creation eventually. But this is years in the future. I mean, we're talking 5 years. Like, you don't even have to think about what that may become. But I think that your mission statement I'll try to say it back as I heard it in different words, which is in maybe lowering the importance of money, which coincidentally makes it more serious, because you're now not scared of it from an emotional point of view or interacting with it from a symbol's point of view, which is more just like the way you interact with your hair dryer or with your razor, which is, this is a tool that helps me with objective X, and I use it in this way, and I maintain it this way, I store it this way. Like, it's very non-emotional and just utilitarian, and not that big a deal. You don't
Right.
think about how you're sharpening your kitchen knives, or how you're like running updates on your laptop. You just do it.
Mhm.
And maybe that's what you're trying to help people do with money, because money's all tangled up with history, with their parents, the lack of it or the excess of it, and the way that people value their own worth, and whether I'm good enough, whether my life was right or not. And you're just trying to kill all that so that money just becomes your hairdryer again. Is that
100%? It's a
Mhm.
tool, you
Mhm.
know, and there's so many stories that we all have wrapped up in from our childhood, life experience, just as you said, society norms, what you see
Mhm.
on Instagram, you know, all of this is, and it's influencing how we feel when we get a deposit or when we get a surprise bill. And it's taking all of that out of it and just recognizing it is literally a tool. And, you know, the classic is, oh, money, all people with money are bad, you know, is like the, you know, it's the
Mhm.
classic one you hear all the time. And
Which, let me rant a little bit there, because
yeah, go
I
for it.
feel like
We can rant together.
it's very convenient for the world's power structures for people to think that money is evil,
Mhm,
because that lets those people hoard it,
mhm,
and that lets everybody else not want it,
mhm.
not want to get it, not want to have it, because they think that they will turn them into bad people.
That's
And it's a complex thing to see, because I am not in support of unbridled, unregulated, like oppressive capitalism in any way, shape, or form. But you either go to that extreme of thinking all of it is that, or you go to the extreme of thinking I want all the money for myself and everything else, and there's no middle ground.
right.
And the middle ground to me is very simple. It's like, I want to have a great life, and there's no number for that. It
Mhm.
doesn't mean millions. It doesn't mean tens of millions, like whatever. Like nobody, nobody who is trying to build a business to get a better life is trying to become the world's richest person. Is trying to become a multi-billionaire, trillionaire. It wants to be like Elon Musk or whatever. They just want to create something that adds value to the world, and that in return rewards them with freedom.
Exactly.
And has nothing to do with greed. But associating with greed only gives more power to the greedy, because then it keeps you from getting any of it.
Mhm.
I think.
I completely agree with you. And I think it's this story that we've been told that, okay, or that people buy into, that people with money are all bad people, but money is just a tool, just like a kitchen knife. The knife can be used for good to cut your vegetables, or it can be
Mhm.
used for bad, obviously, for obvious reasons. It can hurt somebody. And it's like, money is a tool just the same way. You know, if
Mhm.
you're a good, genuine, open-hearted, you know, caring person, more money is not going to turn you into a bad person. But
Mhm.
subconsciously, people have this belief, and it literally repels them from becoming rich because they subconsciously think it's going to make them a bad person. Like, none of this is happening on the conscious level. You know, it's all just playing out in how we're interacting with it. And
But that's self-trust, right? It's that's
exactly,
like saying, like, oh my God, if I get a big kitchen knife, I'm gonna become a serial killer.
exactly,
Well, like, that's not who you are. So why would
exactly,
that happen? Like,
exactly.
like, why would you be afraid of becoming something is not in your nature? It would never be in your nature.
Totally. And that's why I think this work is so important. But it's two sides. You know, we're
Mhm.
talking about the relationship side of money and how, you know, our beliefs and systems and all of that. But
Mhm.
there's the self-trust piece that you mentioned, but it's also knowing what to do with the money. And that's like the
Yeah.
CPA side
Yeah.
of my work, is like, you
Yeah.
need to have a strategy behind it, because it's like, you can get all the money to like in, but if you don't trust yourself to know how to actually manage it and hold it and spend it and
Yeah.
all of that. And that's why both sides of this are so important. You need the strategy and you need the relationship with your money.
You're
And that's
right, because I think you can have an abundant mindset and an expansive mindset and still suck at the concept of probabilities and
yeah.
risk management, and like just risk choices, the kind of thing that poker players are really good at, that then investors are really good at, or not all investors, but like financial, or like traders or whatever. It's understanding the bet you're making,
right,
and what's going to happen if it goes against you, and being okay with that, and making those decisions very consciously. And I think that you don't need to know math to understand that, but you do need to, like, it's almost, we understand this concept when it comes to buying insurance or wearing a seatbelt. I'm not inviting catastrophe. I'm just making catastrophe survivable by making X or Y choice. And that's, I would say, I struggle with on the side of money, because it's no longer about making it. It's about keeping it.
Right. Yeah, and have a strategy for it, you know? This is another thing, going back to what you're saying about, let's talk about our systems. Why don't they teach us this in school? There's no money class in school that teaches you how debt works and incurring interest and how to actually save and make your money work for you. Like, we're not taught. And I think there's a reason for that, you know? Yeah. So. Yeah, so that's why I'm doing the work that I do, because I think it's really important.
It's an important mission.
Yeah.
And sure. You have so let me give you a list of compliments, because I think any fear you have around entering this role where you are no longer an executor, but a evangelizer, a promoter, a voice. You are extremely eloquent. You are in command of the knowledge that you're already sharing. You have a ton of authority around it, not just because of your resume, but because of the way it's being expressed. And there's no way that people don't see that just by you showing up to talk about it. So there should be zero imposter syndrome anywhere in your mind. And if there still is, destroy it somehow, because it's just not aligned with reality. There's evidence all over the place, inside and outside your numerology chart. So I hope you just toss that.
Okay, thank you. I received that.
So, didn't talk about your personal life. Let me go back to that chart, because I think you also had that question. I'm going to tell you this. Not in the sense of like forbidden, but in the sense of bad investment of your time. Not this year, not 2026. Go on dates, whatever, but like, I don't think this year is about that for you. This year, and you've been hearing it in the content you're getting from Teledipity, but even more at other levels of your chart. This is a social year. It's about friends. It's about collaborators. It's about team members. It's about creating new relationships that are not romantic, but are just as important to your life. And that energy is all over 2026 for you. 2027, I think there's 2027 onwards, I think there's every part of your chart talking about not necessarily being in a relationship the whole time, but relationships being available to you and easy to find, whether that's one or a couple or whatever, like from then on to that 2030 line that I described. I think, though, that in choosing the right partner for you, beyond all the psychological stuff that I feel like you know, like what kind of person you want to date and like what's safe for you, what's compatible with you. It feels like you have command of that. But I want to talk about the lifestyle compatibility, which is you definitely don't want to end up with someone that cannot travel with you, move around with you, or fit into this life of movement. Because even if you settle down somewhere between now and 2030, even if you say like, oh, it's Barcelona or it's Paris or whatever, like, and you stay in one place for many years, you're going to be traveling a lot for work and for adventure and experience. So if it's either somebody who it's the kind of relationship where you're both secure enough that you can be traveling and they can be in the same place and it's not an issue, or it's somebody that's traveling with you.
Yeah,
that I would say for a fact. And I think that you could take that person with you to the next chapter of your life where you're actually settled down somewhere. So I think that person can come into your life at any point 2027 onwards, but from 2027 to 2030, I hope you don't choose the person who's going to have a problem with that, because that's still the main energy force in your life, is the nomading. Whether or not you actually live in one place, you're still going to be traveling more than half of the year in all those years.
I feel that. Yeah. There's nowhere I could even think right now that I just go get put. Like I still am very much in exploration right now.
No, and I think that the kind of business you're building needs that too, because it's not just your personal life. It's your, like, I think whatever it is you're building requires you to be moving around. And that's why this chapter of your life looks the way it is, because it's not just your desire to see new places and explore. It's that the business needs to be born in that kind of setting where you are taking it with you to many different places, and not where it's based somewhere necessarily.
Interesting. Okay. Can't wait. I don't know where I'm going next, but
don't pick.
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
Pick. Yeah. I think it's been 4 years, because I don't call myself a nomad because I've been in the same city 3 years, but it's been 4 years since I left where I lived without knowing where I would end up, and I still don't know. And I think it was more stressful than it needed to be when I was trying to land somewhere or find the answer. It's just like, this is where it's going to be. And when I let go of that, and I just started thinking, like, it worked for this year, we'll see about next year, 1 year at a time. It's much better psychologically.
Yeah. I think, like, I just need like longer stints, I think, for me. Like it's like few months at a time or something, because like this bouncing around every couple, that's where it gets a little chaotic, you know. Like I don't know where I'm going to live next month, you know. That's kind of a little, it's hard to build and create from that space, because you're always thinking, where am I?
And you always want to have a life somewhere. You want to have something to do on the weekends. You want to have like a somewhere you belong to, even if it's just like a sports club or like a workout class. That's community. And it's not even like, oh, these are my best friends for life or whatever, but like you're still a part of something, and you're still going there, and you're still interacting with people, even if they're not going to be like super close relationships. All that matters. And you're right, you will never get that if you're never somewhere for at least a year.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's like full permission to just commit for a year and just know that can change next year too. You know? Like, this is happening forever.
Exactly. The way your chart looks, I'm like, I would keep it somewhere in the middle, because it's I would say that it wouldn't be the best thing to do to say, this is it, I'm staying here, and like make decisions that way. But also not like, oh, I'm just gonna move around for the next 3 years. There's some more middle ground, which is like, okay, this is good for now, and I don't know about the rest of my life. But there's commitment required, but not permanent.
Yeah. That's what I've been like kind of toying with in my head. Like, 'cause I'm in Barcelona, I'm getting my visa. I'm like, okay, I'm committing to a year here, but that still allows me to go to France, to go to Germany, to go to Portugal. 'Cause it's so easy access, you know? And so I'm allowing myself to have some roots, but still allowing myself to travel with those roots, you know, is where my mind is right now. Yeah.
Well, I'm excited for you. So you have my email. I sent you the link. Please reply with any link you want in the YouTube description or anything else, so that people can find you, people can look you up. And if you were ever in Madrid, email me. Would love to get coffee or whatever. Yeah, I live here.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I was there a few weeks ago. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm here. I like not to trash Barcelona, because Barcelona's awesome, but like I like Madrid better.
Yeah,
So
I
like
spend some more time there.
Yeah, but anyway, if you're ever here, would love to just catch up. So
Totally.
let me know.
Yeah, we'll grab coffee or something. Okay,
Yeah, absolutely.
sweet. Thank you so much for doing this. Honestly, it's been so amazing to watch all these, and yeah, like you said, I get something out of all of them. So thank you for doing
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And good luck with everything. I want to keep up.
Yes.
And by the way, do you remember me saying earlier that I recognized your handle? Did we
Yeah, it
interact
wasn't
before?
me.
Okay,
No,
I'm
no,
confusing
not
somebody
me.
else. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, now I recognize your handle.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Now we know each other.
I want to keep up, and yeah, email me for whatever if you need anything. Happy to help.
Okay.
Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Talk soon.
Bye.
Bye. Amazing chat, and I'm so glad we didn't lose the stream when my thing fell. Let's read some of these comments. This is so fascinating. Building internal freedom and trust so it can be part of the outer world you're creating. Absolutely. That's freedom. By the way, Jackie, this comment, building internal freedom and trust so it can be part of the outer world you're creating. Basically the number 5 in numerology. That's what the 5 represents. If you're in a 5-year, that's the best description I've ever heard. If you're in a 5 life, if your life path is 5, that's it. That's your whole life right there. And if you're in a long-term 5 transit, like Sue Ellen is in, same. That's the theme of this chapter of her life. Thank you so much. This is so valuable. I'd love a CPA who also gave money mindset, money strategy. That's Sue Ellen right there. And I think her mission is awesome, and I think she's going to do great in this new chapter of her life. So, who's been watching? It's been a chaotic stream. There's so much volatility. There's volatility in my energy levels. There's volatility in technology tools. We couldn't do one of the readings because the microphone stuff, and then my stream thing blew up, and I had to come back. Thank God we didn't lose the stream. By the way, let me prepare you if something like that happens. I hope it doesn't. But if you ever lose me and then the stream is ended, I am not ending the stream. That happened once before. I hope it doesn't happen again. But if that happens, just go to the Tell Debate YouTube channel and I would be starting another stream because I'm going to be here until the end time, which is still 4 hours away. I'm going to be here for the next 4 hours. So if the stream stops for whatever reason, that wasn't by choice, and I would just start a new stream. I hope that doesn't happen, but it did happen once, so I'm just preparing everybody. Who's watching? Who has thoughts about everything we just discussed? Who has thoughts about digital nomadism? It's a complex thing. I don't consider myself that. I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily what most people who move around really are doing. Some people are. I also don't want to criticize it, but I think that everybody's exercising their own freedom, right? We all want different things at different chapters of our lives, and that's what numerology is measuring all the time. Some people in their position with the spiritual lessons in front of them, with the things they want to grow into, battle, conquer, the dreams they want to chase. It involves moving around. And for some people, dreams, objectives, spiritual lessons, the universe is helping them accomplish that by staying in one place, by staying and growing in one place. So that's why the biggest thing to remember is to not judge someone who's living a different life because they're working with a different chart, different traumas, different objectives, different things to conquer within themselves. And for some people that requires certain geographic freedom. Some people it doesn't. Some people want the geographic freedom, can't tap into it quite yet, but they will. And I think that that where that stuff is not good and creating problems everywhere is the gentrification stuff. So the way that I think about that for myself and for anybody who's living that kind of life where they take their job with them and maybe they want to spend some time in another country is that you have to be respectful, and that you have to know when your presence is hurting rather than helping, rather than hurting, and to know if the context isn't right for everybody. I'll give you an example. Or not an I'll give you a few examples. If you're going to be a nomad, 2 commitments. Number 1, learn the language of the place that you're going to live in. Don't go to a non-English speaking country expecting to live your life in English. It's okay if you go not knowing the language, but the moment you arrive, you should be taking classes, and you should be making the effort to communicate in the native language of that region, because that's a sign of respect. It's a sign of appreciation for the culture that you're visiting, and it's a sign of interest in not having the world adapt to you, but to be the person who adapts to the world around you. And I think those things go a very long way. The second is to pay your taxes. If you're going to go live somewhere more than 184 days, register immediately and pay the taxes that are owed without any games, without overseas entities or whatever. Like you do things right. Because if you live somewhere, you have to pay and you have to contribute to the site around you. And then that means not just that you are going to a place to extract benefits, but you're going to a place to contribute something. If it's possible, hire people who are locals and add to the community that you are visiting in with your work and with your contribution. Engage with locals. Don't just have friends who are also from other places. Join clubs, join communities, join places where you can be a part of just the city that you're going to, the country that you're going to, rather than just being a tourist on a longer vacation. And the third is if you see that the excess of either tourism or digital nomadism is actually hurting a place, where it's actually creating problems, that's where you can decide not to participate and to leave. I felt that way about Portugal, because Portugal is beautiful and incredible. When I got there, I realized that that country had gone too far in that direction, and the Portuguese were suffering a lot, and I didn't want to contribute to that. It felt wrong to me, so I didn't leave because I didn't like Lisbon. I left because I didn't want to be a part of that, and I wanted the Portuguese people to pass the laws that took back some of those foreigners' rights and help their housing situation and help their runaway rents and give the country back to its people. So I thought that was important, and I just didn't, even though I don't consider myself like I was paying taxes and I was contributing, like it's still there's certain locations where the tide needs to go in the other direction, which doesn't mean getting rid of all visitors, but it means like making it harder for visitors, so that the citizens of that place can have the life, the housing, and the salaries they deserve. So I don't feel that way about Spain right now, even though maybe you can see it going in that direction already. It's happening in Mexico, where I'm from, a lot in Mexico City. And it's happening in Colombia. It's happening in many other places. And the way I feel about all that stuff is that I think in the perfect world, everybody's free. And there are, I mean, we need borders, right? But there are no limits to migration, because we are all products of migration. My grandparents were not, or my grandparents were born in Mexico, but my great grandparents were not from Mexico. They left to other places to go to Mexico. And now I left Mexico to go to other places. And that's how the world works. That's how world history works. We've always been migrating, mixing, contributing, and every country changes every decade, every year, just like people change. We're never going to stay the same. And we want to support migrants in every level of the spectrum. Go build a better life somewhere else. We also want to support countries making life easier for their own citizens. And I think that there's a middle ground, and I don't think we can be extremists about either direction. And I think that that to do it honorably, the most important thing is to understand the context. What's happening here? How am I contributing? How is my presence adding value rather than extracting? And if you're always conscious of that, and if you are striving to do things the right way, then you'll know where you fit and where it might be best not to force it. And I see both sides, and I honor both sides. And for all digital nomads out there, this is my opinion. You can do whatever you want. But my opinion is you move to another country, you pay the taxes, you learn the language. And those are just obligations. If you're not going to do that, then I don't think you're adding anything. And I don't think that's right. What do you guys think about all that? Comment. I see people watching. Give me your opinions. I'm going to bring the next person for a live reading in 2 minutes. But between then and now, I would love to hear your thoughts about that. Any other questions you have? If you disagree with me, let me know. I want to keep the chat open. And I also want to keep myself hydrated. I don't know if you noticed, but little Waldorf is on my lap. He doesn't usually want to come on my lap when I'm streaming, but now he just said house here. You can't see him. Maybe I can lift him up a little bit so he can say hi. Hello. Little Waldorf. I adopted him when he was 3 in Mexico. Some stupid, horrible family abandoned him. He was just found on the street and no one claimed him. And they're so stupid because he's the best dog in the world. He is so patient. He's so calm. He's very loving, but he's also very understanding of when I have to work or where I'm going to socialize or where I'm going to the gym. And he patiently waits for me to get back. He doesn't freak out. He's just the most incredible dog in the world. And I didn't train him to be that way. That's how he arrived into my home. But he's the best. And I changed his name because I named him with numerology. I chose Waldorf because that name had the right numerology for the kind of personality I wanted in a dog. And lo and behold, that's the personality he has. And I don't know how that works. But I definitely chose that name very, very consciously and intently. And little Waldorf, greatest dog in the world. Of course, your dog is also the greatest dog in the world, but Waldorf is too. I used Teledipity for so long already, recommended it to so many friends, and first time seeing your face. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching the stream, for recommending Teledipity, for the beautiful thoughts. And thank you for coming and watching. Member since 2019, hanging by a thread and waiting for August as per my forecast, 1 year. Well, August is 2 weeks away. It's almost here. It's almost here. But can you control that influence? I think you're talking about my dog's name. That's why I said I don't know how that works. Maybe it's just coincidence. I cannot speak to how numerology works. I can speak to what it says. I don't know how it works. And I'm going to rant a little bit about that because I have very strong beliefs about this. There are mystic systems in the world, and we use them. And people like us use them because we can see that they're measuring something real. And that's all we need to know. When we cross the line from using them to help our own decision-making in our own lives to trying to explain why it is that they work or how it is that they work, we've gone to the non-constructive side of spirituality, in my opinion, because we don't know what is the universe. What was there before the Big Bang? What happened after we die? Where were we before we were born? Nobody knows. No human knows. People who give you very specific explanations about all this, whether it comes from a religion or some other belief system, like, well, it's because we reincarnate in this way, and when we die, we go this place, and then this is what happens. Those are all answers coming from a human's imagination that knows no better than we do. Nobody knows. So I don't know. I don't know why this 2,000-year-old system of Pythagorean numerology measures life so accurately. And I don't know why I chose my dog's name with numerology, seeking a very specific personality type. And then when I adopted my dog and gave him that name, that's the personality type that he had. No clue. No effing clue. I cannot explain that. Again, maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's manifestation, maybe it's who the hell knows. I'm completely comfortable with ambiguity and with not trying to answer questions that are unanswerable. And that is one of them. How does applying numerology to a name works? How does it work? So you get the energy of a name by adding up the numbers of each letter. Each letter has a position in the alphabet. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, etc., etc., etc. So you add up the numbers, and you add up the vowels, and you add up the consonants, and you get the specific parts of a personality chart. So when you get your personality chart from Teledipity, all those formulas are being applied to your name. And that's where you get the personality from a name. So when I'm trying to choose a name for my dog, I'm just looking at, I get ideas for names, and I look at the energy of all, and I'm like, no, this one, I don't want this personality. I don't want this personality, until I land on a name that has the right number combination, and then I use it. Same way, like, you think I named Teledipity just because Teledipity? No, I was using numerology for a specific vibration for the name of the business. So it's about having a list of ideas of names and then looking at the numerology for all of them and choosing the one that best fits what you are looking for. That's how it works. Is he named Waldorf because the Waldorf schools? Nope. That's a school I'm deciding between for my kids' education because we are nomadic and want flexibility when it comes to our kids' school. Yeah, no, I did not get Waldorf from the Waldorf schools. I'll give you the story of where Waldorf comes from. It's a little ridiculous, but there's a reason. So I graduated college. I'm 23 years old. It's 2010. There are no jobs because it's a Great Recession, and I am basically homeless and jobless for months in New York City. Not homeless because I'm not really sleeping on the street, but I'm just renting temporary rooms. I was renting a room in a Brazilian family's home in Queens, renting directly from them, and they were beautiful. They were beautiful people, amazing family, and it was just a tiny, tiny room, and then I had to rent other temporary rooms, whatever. But anyway, I didn't have either a home or a job, and my money was running out, and all I could do is apply to jobs, go to interviews, and hope that somebody would hire me. And the problem is that I had one suit, and I couldn't afford dry cleaning, so I had to be very careful with that suit, to put it on right before an interview, to take it off right after the interview, and to store it so I wasn't wearing it all day and getting it dirty. And between job interviews, and after I had applied to every single job available, I had nothing to do. Nor, I didn't have money to go to the movies. I didn't have money to go to a restaurant. I just had to walk around the city. And many, many days when I really just had nowhere to go, I would go to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel and sit in the lobby. And the reason I did that was because that was the cleanest bathroom in the city, the public bathrooms at the Waldorf. And so I could use the bathroom there, and I would just sit in the lobby in one of those sofas, and I would just spend hours there just thinking, and sometimes reading a book, but sometimes just thinking. And I end up associating Waldorf with the place that soothes my anxiety, that makes me feel calm, and that protects me while I'm in a season of uncertainty. So when I was coming up with the list of possible names for the dog, I thought Waldorf might be a cool name. Then check the numerology, but that's where the name came from. Just caught up. Completely agree with your take on nomading. Totally feel the responsibility to learn the language and pay my taxes. Absolutely, and I definitely got that from you in our conversation. I could see that you had the same philosophy I did, and I think it's a complex subject right now because of both the great things it's opening up and the imbalances it's opening up. So absolutely, Waldorf is so cute. He is so cute, and he needs a bath now. I have not bathed him. I should have. It was his time for a bath on Sunday, and I was too busy. I'm gonna give you a bath today. He's a little dirty, but he's always cute. Always cute. All right, let's do the next reading. We're ready. If you've okay, so let's go do the sequence right now. If you have applied for a reading and are ready with your camera and microphone and want to be the next person to get the live reading on the stream, say in the comments, I applied and I am ready. ¿Qué pasó, mamosh? ¿Qué pasó, mamoshito? I'm ready. Say, if you want to be the next person to get a live reading, say, I applied and I'm ready. Oh, Fernanda Campello. How are you? I didn't realize that was you on the chat. I was thinking about you a couple of days ago. This is crazy because I remembered the email you sent me in December, and I was wondering how you were doing. Fernanda, if you're still watching, give me an update. How are you doing? And if you want to be the next person on live reading, let me know. I would love to catch up. I hope if everything isn't solved, I hope that at least you're hanging in there for the solution. Who wants to be the next person to get a reading? Say, I applied and I'm ready. So abnormal to not have any takers. I usually have people fighting over the next reading. It's a slow day, but that's not a problem. I still appreciate everybody watching, and I appreciate all the conversations we've had so far. It's been a cool little stream of ease. Some streams are intense, intense conversations, intense moments, intense questions, and some streams are funny, and some streams are dramatic. And this one is just a very number 7 numerology stream. It's slow, it's cute, it's peaceful. Who wants to be the next person to get a live reading? Or if nobody wants to join me for a live reading, give me something to talk about. Ask me questions. Let's keep it going. Give me proof of life that you're still in the chat. I know there's people watching, but give me proof of life. Write something in the chat. I'll apply for next time. No problem. I'll be here every Wednesday. I like astrology, and somehow I found teledipity always connects. Yeah, I think they're both divine languages, right? They're both mystic systems. They're both more than 2,000 years old. They're both a staple of every ancient civilization. Every ancient civilization had a system like this. Mayans had it. Chinese had it. There's a Hebrew numerology. There's the ancient Greece had it. Aztecs had it. Chaldeans, that's South Asia, had it. A mystic system, a spiritual system, a divine language. They are as old as humanity itself. And even though they're different, numerology and astrology are very different. It's not. It's of course the same kind of people that would be curious about both, and that would get guidance from both, because I would call them maybe cousins. I actually have a question. Shoot. Let's hear it. Also, just for everybody watching, if you want to be the next person to get your live reading, your free live reading, apply over there in the address that I have right here. And also just let me know in the chat. I applied and I'm ready. And you'll basically be the person who comes up, because right now we have just viewers and no takers for the live reading. So first person who says that they applied and they're ready is the first person coming up. I thought that our personal year started on our birthday. Why do you consider that calendar year? Oh, okay. I'll answer that question. So, okay. I think Waldorf needs to go back down for a minute. So, Pythagorean numerology is not one system. There are several different systems that all call themselves Pythagorean numerology, but have different formulas, different interpretation approaches, and different results as a result. So if you come from the astrology world, think of it in the same terms as Vedic astrology and Western astrology. They're both astrology, but because they calculate things differently, you get different signs and some discrepancies because they come from different schools of thought. With numerology, this happens way more often than with astrology, to the point where it's very confusing for the person who's just starting to learn numerology because they think that everybody's following the same system, but they're not. And they might read a book that says you're supposed to calculate things this way, and then go to a site or an expert that says, no, actually it's calculated that way. And you don't really know what's true because we're not talking about a science. We're talking about a spiritual system, divine language. And just people just congregate into different lineages and different schools of thought. One such difference, probably the one that's brought up the most, and I think very recently, I didn't hear this a lot in the early days of Teledipity from like 2015 to 2020-ish. But I think after the pandemic, maybe numerology started having a moment, and then people started going to classes or buying books from I don't know who or whatever. And like then suddenly people come tell me like, you're calculating my personal year wrong because it starts on the birthday. Well, the answer is not in the numerology I'm using. You learn numerology for somebody else who calculates things differently. And it is what it is. There's a name for this difference. It's called birthday to birthday numerology versus January 1 numerology. January 1 numerology has always been the most used, the most popular, and the one with the most lineage. If you search for numerology books that were published anytime before like 2015, most of them are January 1 numerology. Birthday to birthday numerology is more niche, but it seems to have gotten popularity. I don't know who's promoting it. I don't know who's selling it. I'm not here to tell you that one's wrong, this one's right. I can tell you why I chose January 1 numerology, because it makes complete logical sense as a practitioner based on the way how those formulas work. If you are going to adopt the view that birthday to birthday numerology is the accurate one, you would have to explain why the way that things are calculated no longer makes any sense. And then, so I don't know if I'm making any sense to you, because the problem is that this is very technical about numerology, and I am not really here or in any other platform to be a numerology teacher. I don't want to teach numerology. I want to practice numerology. I want to use numerology to help people. I don't want to be giving numerology classes. I'll try to summarize it, just in case you're curious. But the basic answer is there's different branches of numerology, and you are the person who told you that's how the formula works is from a different school of thought. That's not the one I use. Mine has a lineage. Mine has a history. Mine has been around in the zeitgeist longer, and mine has a reason for existing, and that's the way I calculate it. But for you, necessarily, unless you want to become a numerologist, and that's a years-long effort, you're not gonna master all these formulas after reading one book. You don't have to decide which one's true or not. The only choice you have in front of you is what numerologist you trust, who's sending you the best interpretations, who's giving you the best readings, and then listen to them, and not how they use the formulas, but the interpretation they're giving you about their life, because they're the ones that had to look at the different schools of thought and approaches and decide on one based on their judgment. So you don't have to decide which is true. You just have to pick the practitioner to follow. But I am not making mistakes. I am just following a different set of formulas. So why? I'll give you the abridged version. When we get a short-term transit, what we're always doing is adding the number that changed. Always adding the number that changed. So when I get your personal year, I'm looking at your birth date plus the year that we are in. Your birth date plus 2026, because you are in 2026. And what number changed? It was the number that went from 2025 to 2026. Your birthday didn't change. The number that changed, that signifies the change in transits, is the additional number in the year part of that formula. And when does that number change? When does 2025 become 2026? On January 1. It's not like it's 2025 all the way until your birthday. If your birthday's in September, you're already in 2026. So the additional number already happened, and it happened on January 1. So if you want to hold off on your personal year change until the date of your birthday, then that's the only formula that you're not applying based on the rules that you apply all the other formulas. What's the explanation there? Just because? Because all the other formulas work that way. You add the numbers, and when one of the numbers in the formula changes, that's when the transit changes. It's January 1. That's just logic to me. That's number one. And number two is that sometimes people will say, well, but I definitely felt a shift on my birthday. That's when things really started to change. Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's when your personal year changed. There's other parts of your chart. And the part of your chart that changed on your birthday is called the personal essence number. The personal essence number changed on your birthday. That's a number that has nothing to do with the 9-year cycle. It's a number that we get some interpretations about your life this year, but that one is tied to age, because that one we're not getting from the present date. We're getting from your age: 35, 36, 37, 38, 45, 46. And when does that number change? On your birthday, because on your birthday you go from being 45 to being 46, or from being 39 to being 40. So that's where that number changes, and then that formula makes sense too. But that's a different part of the chart. So in astrology terms, that's like saying what happens when Jupiter moves signs versus you've been in the same sign of Neptune for however long or whatever. Different parts of the chart, all blending into your interpretation. So that's why January 1 numerology is just cleaner, because it requires fewer explanations and definitions and defenses. You have to explain why this formula works differently than all the other ones. That's why I use January 1 numerology. I learned January 1 numerology. The numerologists that I respect the most, that I learned from, use January 1 numerology. And January 1 numerology is the cleanest in terms of how all the formulas are applied. I'm not saying birthday to birthday numerology is wrong, but if you use birthday to birthday numerology, 3 things. 1, none of my content applies to you. Your forecast would not be what I send you, because you're in different numbers. So if you are a champion of birthday to birthday numerology, I don't think telepathy will ever work for you. Number 2, what was number 2? I got lost in my own thoughts. Number 2, it's okay. You can follow multiple systems. People follow Western astrology and Vedic astrology all the time, and they get value from both. So you can do both independently. You don't have to pick a winner. And number 3, no one can pick a winner. There's no authority. The system's 2,000 years old. The formulas have been passed on for generations. People change them. People go back to the ones that were used before. Every practitioner has to make those decisions, because every practitioner is pushing the system forward themselves. They learned it from others, and then they add their own stuff into it, and then they push it forward. So there is no judge. There's no international numerology organization, and there's nobody that can say, well, he's wrong, or well, he's wrong. Like, I cannot say birthday to birthday numerology is wrong. All I can say is why January 1 numerology makes the most sense to me, why I practice it. And then if you want to evaluate it, then you just have to evaluate the forecast I send you. Are they fitting? Are they helping? Are they making sense? And if they are, well, then maybe the formulas I'm using are the correct ones. That's all I can say. But I'm glad you made me talk about that, because I needed a video on that, and I had never recorded one. And it's been, as I said, a common recent question, because I think people are learning birthday to birthday numerology from someone out there. Do you see something in numerology moving to analog over digital? Is there a collective numerology at play there? Can you explain that question? It sounds like an interesting question, but I don't understand the question. What do you mean moving to analog over digital? I don't understand. Do we need to apply again, or is our previous application still valid? Previous applications are still valid. It doesn't matter if you applied 3 weeks ago. If you've applied, then it's valid. I can still find it, and you're still ready. So if somebody wants to be the next live reading, and they've already applied, say, I applied and I'm ready in the comments, and I'll bring you up to the stream. Proof of life question. I've never gone by my birth name, Jacqueline. Does that change how I relate to numerology readings? No, it does not. Why do we look at your birth name in numerology? We look at your birth name in numerology not because it's the name you use your whole life. We look at the birth name because it's when somebody wrote your name and when you were born. That's a record. And in the numerology system of belief, it's a powerful event when somebody writes your full name right after you were born. And it's a powerful event because that's where your soul contract is. It's in that full name that they chose to your birth. So that's where your chart comes from. You can change your name a million times in life. It's not going to change your chart. The chart comes from your full name at birth. It's okay if you don't feel connection to it. It's okay if you don't ever want to use it again. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for your correct chart. Another astrology example. In astrology, the time you were born is very important. You have to get it right because that's where you get the chart from. In numerology, the full name at birth is extremely important because that's where you get the full chart. And you can never change your full name at birth. Your full name at birth was your full name at birth. If you change your name after, it's not changing your talents. It's not changing your personality. It's not changing who you are. It's just changing the way you present yourself. But the chart comes from your full name at birth. All right. Applied and ready. Verena. All right, Verena. What's your first name? How do I look for you in the application form? Verena. I have a feeling if I search for Verena, I won't find you because that's not your name. So what's your first name so I can find you? You're going to be next. Verena. Verena is the first name. Oh, nice. Jackie, I see this question. It's a very interesting one. Is there a collective numerology at play? I feel like the collective is moving to analog. Now I understand your question. If you can hold off while I do this live reading, because it's been a while since the last live reading, I will answer. I will get to. It's a very interesting question. I will get to the question right after. So this reading is going to be around 20 minutes, and then after I'll answer your question because I think it's an amazing one. Okay, Verena. Let me find you. Found you. I'm going to email you the link to join the stream. Watch your inbox. It's coming to you in the next 30 seconds. All right, the email has been sent. And now I'm going to pull up your chart. All right, here it is, the chart. Verena, I'm ready to go. Come on over. Got the chart. Ready to go. Verena. Chart is here. Let me check it out. Interesting. I feel like I already know you. Verena, did you get the email? Verena has arrived. Hello.
How
are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. I was wondering why nobody has applied, so I'm not very prepared, but I
No
used the
worries.
chance.
Yeah, it's been a strange stream because normally there's like a bunch of people ready to go. But anyway, tell me a little bit about yourself. Where do you live and what's going on in your life right now?
Yes, I live in Austria. Actually, I live between Austria and Bali. Bali got my second home in the
Nice.
last years. Yes,
Very nice.
and I'm a farmer, formerly pharmacist. I have a very, very different background from what I'm doing now. But some health issues forced me to change my careers because I always wanted to build something on my own. And I think when you lose connection to your intuition, your body gets louder and louder, and that is what happened to me. And so I got into sales because communication was always something I was very good at, and so I'm now a self-employed sales consultant behind quite big brands, but I'm now in a big change. I always have the feeling I'm 35 now. I have to be more settled. I'm behind, the things you talk to yourself. And yes, I started this week to build up my own personal brand. And let's see how it goes. But I wanted to change my career because I always was, let's say I worked behind the brands. I was always hiding. I also worked with a coach, and she always says you have to go in front of the camera and make something on your own, and not just hiding behind some big brands. This is what I do now. Feels scary, but so it's a lot about my career. And I think I'm in a 5-year. I think there's a lot of flexibility in the 5-year, and so I'm curious what to do best to use the 5-year as I should.
What risk are you considering right now? Are you going to make a big life change in the next 6 months?
I'm actually thinking about moving to Bali. Cutting everything in Austria. Yes, as something I felt very long, but I know I've read it. It's all about taking risk. Now I'm thinking all the time, okay, I have to take a risk. I should do everything which is risky. But it's so much at the moment that I nearly can say, okay, is it right? Does it feel right? Or should I take
What's
any
stopping
risk?
you from just going? What's if you want to do it, and if it's time, what's stopping you?
I think it's the security which I have in my own home country. It's quite scary to move abroad. I'm coming from a very strict family, and it's quite hard for me. It's like disappointing everyone else and saying goodbye and doing my own thing.
What if you do like a trial run, like 6 months, and not commit to permanent?
Yeah, I've done it before.
Okay.
I've been there from last September to I'm here since May. I'm deciding. I'm just here for friends and family. I think that would work also in the future. So I don't know what is stopping me. Yeah.
So I think when I look at your chart, there's a very clear story here that is almost too easy to read. The story is this: This chapter of your life is about your career. That's prominent. That's your priority. And that's where all of your decisions should come from. Just from the perspective of numerology. That means for you that if you're going to Bali, it has to be because it helps your business in some way, not just because you want to go there. And maybe it's not necessarily that your clients are there or that you work there. Maybe it just allows you to save money, and that's a good enough reason because it helps your business, right? But even a little bit beyond that, I would say that you are going to start your own thing, but I can see that it is next year. So exactly, well, not quite, like 11 months from now. So that's June of 2027 is where I see you taking that leap. But that's don't think about it in terms of, okay, that's the risk, because we're talking about the 5-year versus just your longer life story. But I think that that if you want any advice on organizing those decisions, you are preparing for launching something that's your own and leaving this behind. And that's still around a year away. And your choices right now are about preparing for that rather than about anything else. And the other part of the story that I haven't mentioned that is very clear here is that since June of 2024, you have been making money and doing well financially. And that seems to be almost like a foundation for when you go on your own. So right now, in the next 12 months, the very clear story that this chart is saying is make as much money as possible and save it so that in a year you can start your own thing.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
What do you mean with a foundation? What's
foundation is like
I know the meaning of foundation, but in my case, the foundation for since 2024. So the skill set, the money, or what does that mean with foundation?
I think so. There's the metaphorical explanation, and then maybe the more practical one based on your chart. The metaphorical one is all the preparation, the boring stuff that you will rely on later, that you won't have time to build later. So you set before you take the leap. Organizing your finances, taking care of anything that maybe you, for example, if you were going to move abroad, maybe like taking care of everything in Austria that you don't want to come back for later. Like, I don't know if it's like bank accounts or whatever, like bureaucratic stuff. Like finishing any like learning of skills that you might need later. If like it's like you're taking a course or something, it's just like finalizing that. So it's all like the preparation before the leap. That's the foundation, like the foundation of a building. Everything that's below it, that everything else stands on. I think because your chart is talking about money making before the leap, I think it's a very clear message, like extract as much as you can from this sales job and save it for the next 11 months. And that money is foundation too.
Cool. But there's, I think, 2 certain points in the 5-year, right? Like August or October. You said it in another live stream I joined for a short time, and you just talked about the 5-year in that minute.
Yeah. But what about those? How are you like thinking about those dates in terms of your expectation for the year or your plans?
August is maybe August is my flight to Bali and the cutting.
Oh, so you are
Austria.
going?
Yeah, in August again. Yeah.
But it's also for a short time.
I don't know. I think it's until Christmas, but for me it's more like deciding if I cut the cords in Austria regarding to tax system. I will make an international company, and so on. It's like insurance things, bank
What does all of that
accounts.
sound like?
It
does all
sounds
that
like
sound
risk.
No, it sounds like foundation.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all that
Crazy.
is. You're moving to Bali, but then you have to set up international business, bank accounts, everything else, while you're still basically in both places. So that's what it is.
Yeah.
I think the risk is already taken because you're going there and planning to stay there for the rest of the year. You're already thinking of staying there. So the second half of this year is about preparing that move from a perspective of bureaucracy. And then maybe you come back in December, but then you're still going to move next year. So that fits the narrative perfectly.
Yeah, cool. Sounds great.
Yeah. Launching this business June 2027 to June 2029 is in your chart looks like the stage where you are building rather than reaping, in the sense where like this, I think this business that you're building doesn't like it could make money right away, but I feel like when you finally see it expanding, succeeding, rewarding you, is 2 years later in June 2029 and onwards. So if like there's a construction phase in there that lasts years. That's actually fast, by the way. It only feels slow if you expect overnight stuff. But 2 years is nothing. I've been doing Teledebris 11 years. First of all, it feels like a year, and secondly, like it still feels like I'm building and I have not arrived somewhere. So like everything is relative. But the very good news that I have for you is that from June 2029 all the way to June 2035, which is your 44th birthday, it looks like financial expansion and success coming from this business. All of it. Starting in 2029 and just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So your business is the right choice. And the ideas that you have in your mind are aligned. And I think if there's anything that's misaligned is in you still doubting it, when I think you're going to Bali. So just let yourself embrace that and honor that. That doesn't mean you have to inform people in Austria tomorrow. Handle that whenever that comes. But you can know internally that that's what you're going to do, and just commit to it, because I think the plan is already all over your chart. So
cool. Good to hear, because I always was afraid that Bali gets my new comfort zone. So I'm Bali for the last years, always for a few months, and it got my second home. And I thought, okay, 5 years about risk, about travel, maybe travel to new spaces, and like I'm now hiding maybe in Bali, but Bali is a good space to build something. All of my friends are there, a lot of entrepreneurs, and it's quite easier to build in Bali than in Austria, with the mindset, with this environment, with a different mindset, with this,
I think it's more a reflection of an old instinct you have than the soundness of your ideas and your choices. And I think that old instinct is, are my ideas wrong? So when you have that instinct, you can then justify it any other business. Like, well, maybe it's not Bali, or well, maybe it's not this business, or well, maybe it's not this year. But in reality, you have the plan already set. You have your reasons for that plan. You're following something that you want. And what would happen if you just stopped doubting it?
Yeah, it will blow. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, like habits, you can understand the logic of why you should stop doing that, but that's different from actually stopping doing that. It's also not impossible. Like, I don't know if you ever smoked cigarettes, but I did, and I always come back to the example because it's so clear. Like, for years, you have all these habits of like, I smoke a cigarette after breakfast. I smoke a cigarette when I'm in traffic. I smoke a cigarette when I'm stressed. And the brain just builds these neural pathways that are just automatic. This, then that, this and that, this and that. That's happening with limiting beliefs too. It's this, then that, this and that, this and that. So I feel uncertainty, I doubt myself. I feel like criticism from my family, I doubt myself. I feel like I want something that's out of the norm, or just not something most people would do. I doubt myself. And those, you think
100%.
they are your brain evaluating the situation in an unbiased way, but all it is, it's an emotion connected to a thought via habit. And it's when you're a smoker and you're addicted to smoking, sometimes it feels like you'll never be able to get over it. Like if you try to quit, like it's going to be impossible. And then you go through the quitting phase, which is very hard, which is every time you get the desire to light up a cigarette, you have to say, no, I'm not going to do that. It's just like you get the impulse, no. You get the impulse, no. You get the impulse, no. And then what you're doing is you're not eliminating the original habit of if this, then smoke, but you're adding a new ingredient to it. But if smoke, say no. If smoke, say no. If smoke, say no. So what happens 10 years later is that today I still might sometimes crave a cigarette, but it's impossible that I would ever actually do it because the no is so much bigger. So what happens is that your former limiting beliefs, I don't think they go away. I think you still hear them. But the thing that made you believe them, listen to them and follow them, that's what gets weak. Because then you just hear that little voice in the back of your head like, well, what if you're wrong? And you're like, nope, not wrong.
Yeah.
And that's just,
feel that.
It's not about eliminating a bad habit. It's about building a stronger one. And that's just through repetition. So my recommendation, next time you were like, should I really be doing this? Try to get a new voice in there that says, no, this is actually pretty aligned. And I know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And you won't have to do it forever. Eventually it'll be automatic too.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. I think it's especially when you are with friends and family, there's a lot coming to the surface. Like you're 35, everyone is married, having kids, and I'm always want to be an entrepreneur, have freedom, living. I don't want to live in one space. I want to live maybe in 2 or 3 countries. And it's different, and they make it feel different. So it's quite hard when I'm back here. I'm always thinking, oh God, oh my goodness, I'm so behind. I should have my business already settled. And so when you say, oh, it's another 2 years, I think, oh my God, I'm still behind. I have to wait another 2 years.
I understand where that comes from. Be careful with that feeling. Because you would just be transferring the fear of starting something to the fear that you're not doing it fast enough, and then that chases you too, and then that chases you always, because then it's established, but you're like, no, well, it should be making more, and then it's making more, and then you're like, well, it should actually be doing this and this and this, and then it's doing this and this and this. Well, actually, like now I'm working too hard. Now I need and then suddenly you're 80 years old. And that's it.
Case.
Yeah. But I think the message there is like, what's more important? That you do it, or that you do it quickly?
The first one.
So it doesn't matter if it takes 2 years or 5 or 10, because the anxiety should go away, and actually goes away when you stop and think about it, when you're doing it, because then at least you're doing it. You're not thinking whether you should, you're not preparing to, you're like, at least now I'm doing it. And now I don't have to regret anything because I'm doing it. And the other thing I like, because you're making me think about stuff that I had to work on myself, because it's very normal for people who build their own businesses, and it sometimes feels so distant, but I it's not like I didn't feel any of that stuff too, because I did all of it. And I think that the one that you brought up, I was like, yeah, it's so hard, and yet it's so simple to know, like, when you feel behind compared to everybody else, you forget that you actually don't want that life anyway. So you're like, oh, well, they're more ahead, but you're like, ahead in what way? Not that they're wrong, not that they're living their life wrong. Everybody's different. But the only thing that matters is, like, I actually don't want that. That will not make me happy. If I had those things right now, I would be looking for ways to get rid of them because I don't want them. So it's not about whether they're actually happy or not. It's about knowing you wouldn't be happy in their shoes. So, of course, A, they don't understand why you're making the choices you're making. B, they're giving you advice that does not fit you, because their advice comes from the decisions someone makes when they get to live that life. And you don't want to make those decisions. You don't want to have those priorities because you want to live a different life. It's well-meaning. It's not, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it doesn't fit you because that's not the kind of life you want. So I think knowing that you are different only hurts when you think that there's something wrong with being different. But when you realize that not only is there nothing wrong with it, but like, you're grateful to be different. You love being different. You would never want any other life story than the one where you are you, and you have the dreams you have, and the aspirations you have, and the things you want to accomplish. Then it's a source of pride, not a source of anxiety. Because the bottom line is, they're not ahead. They're living a different life.
Amen. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So I always say to myself, it's so hard, or it never worked out, because I was never made to live like that. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, this is gonna sound really weird, but and I don't know if I'm gonna insult somebody. I really hope not. It's just my life and how I feel. I'm not saying you're bad. I just, like, that's how I saw it. I'm sorry. But I remember being like 12, and we would go on Sundays to like the neighbor's house for a barbecue. And I would just sit there and watch the adults and watch the kids. And I was like, getting anxiety. Like, is this what being an adult is? Is this like what my life's like? I cannot I was feeling like suffocate. Like, I cannot do this. Like, I don't want like my Sundays to be like this. I don't want like this is not for me. And this is me being 8 years old. Like, I didn't know half of the stuff that I know why it is that I didn't feel like that was for me. But the kid knows, is like, it's not, I'm not judging them. I'm just saying, like, I cannot, this is not for me. And like, it gave me fear. Like, what do I do to prevent this? I don't want that. That's just certain people's wiring.
Yeah. Same.
Be proud of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Great. I will let you know when I launch my business.
Yes, please do. Please do. And
Yeah. I love your app, by the way. Yeah.
thank you.
So great. Yeah, it's such a great business. You can be really, really proud of it.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. It's a pleasure and an honor to help in whatever way I can, whether it's with the app or with this stream. And I hope that you go for it and kill it. And trust me, 2 years feels like 2 days. Trust me, it's not that much. It's not that long. 2 years ago was like 2024. That was like yesterday. That was not long ago. So it's not. That is a fast business. That's not a slow business.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I started 5 years ago. So I always was like in this transition phase. I always told myself I'm in this transition phase. It's crazy. But it was 5 years, and I was stuck in sales since then. And now is the time to, as you said, build a foundation for myself, for my own business.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Well, I hope you embrace that you're moving to Bali. And
Yes.
just set it all up as soon as you get there.
I will prepare everything right now. I have to. Exactly. I have to do some stuff like taxes and things like that. So yeah, I will put in the work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have my email, so email me when the business is live. And good luck.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. How's everybody doing out there in the chat? Give me proof of life. There's people watching. We want to keep that comment section going. Let me answer Jackie's question now. Is there a collective numerology at play? I feel like the collective moved to analog, written paper, back to the earth, nature, and person. As I build a digital business, I'd love to know. I think you're asking two separate questions. Is there a collective numerology at play? Yes. Yes, there is. I don't know that it necessarily talks about a move away from digital, though. I think that's a very specific thesis and a very specific worldview, and one that matters to you, one that you care about. Doesn't mean that it's global. Doesn't mean that that's where the whole world is going. But also at the same time, you don't need the whole world to go there if that's where you want to go. Because if that's where you want to go, it means that there's a whole community out there in many places that wants that. And if that's the case, then if you build a non-digital business based on those beliefs, you'll find your crew, you'll find your audience, you'll find your customers, and you'll be a successful business like that. And I think that's the main thing, because anytime that somebody has this thesis like the world is going to X place or people are going to Y place, I don't think that that's ever the case, because the world is very, very diverse and people always disagree about everything. So you always see movements and counter movements, but both of them are equally strong and both of them bloom into their own thing. And one never really overpowers the other. And you also have to remember that a move away from digital is something we understand a lot living in certain parts of the world, in certain countries, in certain contexts that don't really apply everywhere. There are many regions in Latin America, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, where the move is toward digital because maybe they haven't gone full digital at the same timeline as Europe, Northern Hemisphere, the United States, China, Japan, and they're still either catching up, or technology fills certain needs that those regions have that don't exist over here, solves certain problems for people, makes life better for people in certain contexts where being anti-technology it's actually hurtful to certain contexts, and being pro-technology is hurtful to others. So because every country is different, because everybody's in a different context, it does not make sense to say like we're all moving to technology or against technology or to X or to Z. It's always, when we want to globalize something, we're usually coming from a place where we're sensing a change inside ourselves. We're sensing that a lot of people like us in similar contexts are feeling the same thing. But even then, you're almost always talking about a niche, a specific context, a specific kind of person with a specific life that needs to move in a certain direction. And that's not always everybody's context. So I think I'll give you a really good example. I've been thinking of this a lot in terms of Teledypity's branding and AI and all the AI slop in all of these social media platforms, and what makes us different, what I want to change, what I don't want to change, and all this stuff. Think about how the music industry has changed over the last 20 years. First, it was iTunes and paying for an individual download. And the music industry had to reorganize to that. They were selling CDs before. Now it was all about selling a song for $2 on iTunes. This is like the early 2000s. And then Spotify is launched in 2008. And they are the pioneers in this concept of streaming music, where you pay one monthly subscription and get access to this massive catalog of basically all music, or at least like a good chunk of it, like maybe 80% of the music you'd ever want to listen to is in there. So you pay one monthly subscription and you get access to streaming all these songs. Change the music industry again, because now artists can't really make all their money from selling the songs. They have to do concerts, they have to do other things, and also degrades the music listening experience in certain ways, because even if you are streaming high quality audios that are digital are not the same quality as what we used to have before. CDs had higher audio quality. Vinyl had different audio quality. It's a debate whether it was better or not, but it's when it's analog, the song sounds different. The depth of it sounds different. Each track you hear different. So whether or not it's better, it's certainly different. And people get nostalgic for that. So first, Spotify gets adopted worldwide. And then people start craving vinyl. And then there's a whole industry around that, around publishing albums in vinyl, around people having their turntables in their homes plugged into speakers in analog ways, no longer via Bluetooth, because they want to recover what was lost with the streaming experience. And now there's this counter movement, counter industry that's niche, but that's immensely successful. Does that mean that Spotify died? No. It just means that there's a certain kind of person that doesn't like this, that goes create a new market somewhere else that's nostalgic, that's about how things used to be done before technology changed things. And then both coexist. Some people pick one, some people pick the other, some people use both for different reasons, but one didn't kill the other. And the innovation didn't kill the counter movement, and the counter movement isn't killing the innovation. They just go on their separate tracks, and they're going to continue to go on their separate tracks. And the same thing has happened in television and in movies and other industries. So when a new technology comes in that people don't like, there's a certain kind of person that wants things the way they were done before, and then starts organizing around it and buying products around it and living their life in that way. But that never really kills the innovation. It just creates a counter movement and a niche. Counter movements are powerful. Niches are powerful. Neither of them really ever go global. They're not supposed to, they're not meant to, and it's not really necessary. Nothing ever needs to be global. Nothing ever needs to be all of humanity doing one thing. I don't think human history really is evidence that we will ever agree on anything, or that there's never going to be someone who sees a worldview and says, no, I don't believe that. I believe something else. That's just how humans operate. So I guess what I'm saying to your question is that you feel the anti-digital wave. You're interested in it. You want to innovate in it. Absolutely. There's huge demand for it. It doesn't need to be global, and it doesn't need to be what the whole world wants or is thinking for that to be the right strategy or the right plan. But from a wider perspective, nothing's ever going to be global. No belief system, no worldview, no opinion, no lifestyle, no way to do things. It's just not going to happen. It's not how humans are. There will always be different points of view, different ways of doing things, and different relationships with innovation, with technology, and everything else. And I think it's better to not try to criticize or destroy the things that you are personally against, but rather talk about the things you're for and build the things you're for and find your people there and let the world be what it is. So I think in the context of Teledipity, where I landed on that is that I definitely want to protect my app and my service from AI generated content, AI generated text, AI generated interpretations. I think that that's not a good thing and not what I would ever support, not what I would ever sell. And I want AI to have nothing to do with our content. I have started using AI, not for content, but for technology stuff, because it does make certain things faster to accomplish. When it comes to but that's infrastructure for the company. That's not the product that the company's selling. So those are different things. But I feel like for Teledipity moving forward, it's not just that it's our philosophy. We're gonna start saying it directly. Like, this is human content. This is written by human. The brand was built by humans. The icon, the logo was designed by a human. All versions of Pythagoras have been designed by humans, not by AI generated anything. And there's surprises there coming too. But I am positioning Teledipity in the vinyl version of self-improvement platforms technology. In this is how things used to be, and we like it that way. We don't like the new stuff. We don't like AI telling us what numerology says. We don't like AI writing inspirational blogs for us. We don't like AI creating our content. So we're not going to do it. We value craft, and we value human souls expressing themselves through writing, through content, and that's what we sell, and that's who we are. That's a vinyl type business. It's still using technology. It's still using smartphones. So I don't really think that it's necessarily anti-tech. We're just using the bits of technology that don't go against our values, and we're rejecting the ones that are. So rather than it being pro-tech or anti-tech, it's just a particular expression of a particular viewpoint. And it doesn't need to be what everyone wants, what everybody needs, what everyone buys. It's just the expression of the team behind it and the creators, and also the preference of the people choosing us versus somebody else. And that's it. Video did not kill the radio star, actually. No, it did not. It just created video stars and radio stars. Theater never died. People thought when movies came on that theater would die. It never did. It's maybe like a not a mainstream form of art or entertainment anymore. It's niche in the sense that there's a particular kind of person, but theaters all over the world never died. Radio never died. People wrote radio's obituary when TV came, when the internet came. Radio's still radio. You can still tune into radio stations today. Opera never died. Books never died. Even with the Kindle, people still buy books. There's businesses still printing books. They never died. So no matter how much technology brings into our lives, there's always people like us who want things the way they used to be, and there's always a business opportunity there. I hope that was a good answer to your question, Jackie. I don't even know if you're still around, but that was a good question. And I hope that at least I presented my viewpoint around that stuff. Who's here? Let's keep chatting. If you want a live reading, oh Lord, what's been going on with the stream? I keep losing it. Can you still see me? Are people still here? Now I have to figure out how to close out of the other one. I'm in two places. What's going on? There we go. This software, the streaming software, has been not good. Like, I'm gonna have to change companies if they keep doing this, because there's nothing wrong with this. Somehow. Hello. Stream is still here. Nothing broke. We're still good. How's everybody? How's everybody? Let's chat. Does anybody want a reading? It's been a slow day today. What's going on? Well, I'm not gonna like think anything about this. It's just a day. July 15. But if you're here, talk to me. Either jump on the stream, ask me more questions, get me talking about something interesting. Or maybe maybe I'll start doing some weird stuff and and by weird stuff I mean just artistic stuff. Like maybe I'll start reading some half-written speeches that I wrote, or other stuff like that. Are you still here? Comment. Tell me. Also, like the stream if you haven't. That helps us a lot. And give me stuff to talk about. That also helps us a lot. And I like that, says Giovanna. What is that? Was that my idea about reading some speeches? Let me see if I can find the one. This is going to be an experiment because sometimes when I write, I can see that I'm not writing like a teledipity email. It feels more conversational. Like it's like I don't know if it's like a speech or like a conversation. Let me see if I can find it here, and I'll just read it to you guys. See what you think. I think this is it right here. I found it. But I need a teleprompter to read it well. Hello. So I'm gonna put the graphic. I'd really enjoy another reading, but the previous one is still resonating. Really, Gabo, tell me, why is it resonating? What was the last reading? Oh, yeah. Going to Bali. Let's see if I can get this into a teleprompter. And see, I'll just start ranting from my script for here, and see what happens. This is an experiment. What was the site that I used for teleprompters? I used one that I really liked. Easy Prompter, it was called. I hope they're still around because I've been using them for years. They're so good. I even have a login in this. There it is. Cool. So do you want me to read the speech to you guys? It's about AI and all my criticisms of it. Are you interested in this, or do you want me to do another reading? Oh, the previews I got 2 weeks ago. Gabo. Now I know. Yes. How is that going? Did you meet a bunch of people in Rio? All right. So I'm gonna put the graphic in the screen. If you want a live reading, apply and literally just let me know in the comments and I'll bring you up. But since we have no takers, I have to fill the time with something, so I'm going to read you the speech. I don't know how this is going to go. I've never read a speech live. And I don't even think it's correctly written. There's a bunch of whatever. Let's just do it. See what happens. So, I'm going to get rid of this mint. Sorry. Trash. So, do you know that, like, I see this in Twitter a lot and in LinkedIn a lot. I'm always in social media platforms, even though I'm not really engaging. But anyway, there's this whole enthusiasm around AI and using chatbots. And then people will share the prompts that they give ChatGPT or Claude to use them as life advisors or as therapists. And they recommend the prompts to use. And they think they're being smart. There's people who think they're being smart. They tell ChatGPT, you are my life advisor. You don't be like a machine. Be more human, machine. Talk to me one-on-one like a friend, machine. Pretend to be the wisest human on earth with access to all the wisdom from all the centuries and all the civilizations, machine. Have you ever stepped back to think about what the machine you're talking to actually is? It's not all the combined intelligence and life perspectives of 300,000 years of humanity. It wants to be. It's pretending to be. It's marketing itself that way, but that's not what it is. When you're talking to ChatGPT or Claude, what you're getting is the compressed, summarized, bullet-pointed, slopified, soulless summarization of whatever was available to OpenAI and Claude to absorb and train their models. They didn't scan every book ever written. They scanned summaries. They scanned second or third order sources. And then they can't just store all of that information. They summarize it and they compress it. It's summarized information that is able to be queried on every request that you make of it. It's a Sparks Notes of civilization. A very, very basic summary that lost all of its depth and all of its information and all of its wisdom. It's not actually what a philosopher said. It's not actually what the whole novel is about. It's a summary of all those things. On top of that, it has to make decisions on how to present it to you, especially when it has conflicting sources and it needs to provide you with a specific perspective. What do you think happens when you ask ChatGPT about something and it has two separate opinions that disagree on the right information for you, the right advice to give you, the right recommendation to hand over to you when you ask it about what you should do with your life? What do you think it does? It has to decide, do I choose this worldview or do I choose that worldview? And that matters because we're talking about things like, should you take a risk right now? Should you quit your job? Should you invest in something? Should you break up with a friend? Should you reconcile with a friend? Should you forgive your parents for something they did? Should you not? Those are very complex questions, and people are asking ChatGPT about what they should do about those questions. And ChatGPT is not like a wise human. It's a summary of information. It's a summary of conflicting information. And it's a reasoning model that decides, should I give this advice or that advice based on the rules that somebody wrote for it? And those rules are based on a very specific worldview. And that matters when we're talking about history or science, but it matters even more when you're asking it whether you should do something with your life. Stop talking to a friend, go out and build a business, close down a business, get divorced. Those are complex questions that ChatGPT has no business answering for you, especially not with confidence. You should do this because why? Why? The program, the robot, the code actually has to figure out what perspective to present you with. And then it has to do it with confidence. And it needs a formula to be able to decide that. And the formula that it uses is called a reasoning model. And the reasoning model, just to not overcomplexify it, is just a set of rules about the morals, about the values, about weighing certain outcomes based on what's risky or not risky for a human in every possible condition. It has to weigh things like, this is risky in their context, according to the robot. This is educated, according to the robot. This is ethical, according to the robot. This has more probability of good outcomes. This has more probability of good outcomes, according to the robot. Stuff like that. And just so you know, when you talk to a chatbot about your life, you're outsourcing your entire life outcomes to a robot, to a program that somebody had to figure out how to build, what reasoning model it should go through in order to answer these kinds of very delicate questions with very delicate variables in order to give you a very confident response. And even they have to decide if it should err on the side of saying yes to everything you think or err on the side of saying no, question yourself to everything you think. And those are two very big decisions that both have very negative consequences for the person using it. Some people criticize the sycophancy of ChatGPT because it tells you yes to everything. But if you use Claude, it starts questioning everything you think you know. And that's also not healthy because sometimes it's questioning out of reflex because it's been told to do that. Question everything this person says so that you're not a sycophant. But it's a reaction to the first problem that creates a second problem that's just as bad because now you're not sure of anything. Now everything you think is probably wrong. And then you're used to that thing questioning you all the time and you lose trust in yourself. Also a problem. Different companies have different philosophies about this. But you see the problem, right? The chatbot cannot possibly know what's true or what's not, or what's smart or what's not, or what's a good decision for you and what's not. It's not going to know 100% of the time. We don't even know if it's getting it right 50% of the time. It's always confident about everything that it's telling you. And that's the problem. I'd argue maybe it can't even do that 10% of the time. But are you now thinking that it's smarter than you because you've been told that it's smarter than you? Because this is how it was sold to you. And you're now refusing to make your own decisions about life and are always checking in with the robot first. And then there's incredibly smart people out there, people I know and interact with, people who used to be immensely talented before AI, who've been completely kidnapped by this thing, who can't even go out for coffee with a friend or make a decision on their business or even figure out whether to date somebody without asking the robot first, making sure that their chatbot approves. That's actual control that a company has over a large portion of humanity that's growing every single day. So stop with the idea that this is the combined wisdom of all humanity. It's never going to be. It never can be. And most importantly, that's not what you need. That's not what you need when you're going to be constructing your own identity or analyzing your past behavior or making decisions about your own life story, which is supposed to be unique by nature. Unique means that nobody knows what to do better than you. Not a robot, not the whole wisdom of humanity, and not somebody who is an expert on anything. Because if I told you what you're actually doing, I don't think you would be asking that thing so much so willingly. What you're actually doing is letting yourself be controlled by the worldview and the priorities and the definition of success and the perspective of life of a very small and very particular tiny group of people. So when you ask it to be human, what do you think its understanding of human is? How does this AI understand the definition of human when you ask it to be human? What kind of human? Is it looking at a particular kind of groupthink, a particular worldview from a particular kind of people who are building these technologies? This is a very small Silicon Valley subculture that's making these decisions for these systems. That's a particular kind of person in a particular kind of place that has particular beliefs about how the world should be, how people should live their lives, and what happiness even is. And I don't know if you agree with them, but I think you should know that those are the decisions that are inside that thing that you're asking all your advice from. And then you have to think about, do you admire those people? Do you think that they are happy? Do you want to live the life that they live? Do you want to live life in the same way that they do? I want you to think about the people who run these companies and their backstories and who they are and their desire to rule a category, to rule the world, to be richer than God, to launch products without thinking of the consequences, if the world can handle them, if there will be safe effects, if industries and countries will be ruined, if wars will be started, if important systems will get hacked. Are they thinking about that stuff, or are they just pushing shit out because they want to be first and they want to win this race, this AI race? All they want, when you think about it, is to be important and for their name to be known and for their power to be clear and for everybody to know that they have that power. And that's what's driving them most of the time. They tell themselves they're trying to help humanity. But I think that the deeper motivations are a little bit different. And if you know that these are the people that are making these choices, that are programming their worldview into the system that you're asking for its opinions all the time, is that your definition of happiness? Is that your definition of joy? Is that your definition of purpose? Is that the kind of life you want to live? Because you're asking it about everything. It's not mine. Those people, they don't live a life that fits my definition of what makes a person special, of what makes a company special, of what makes a life special, what knowledge is useful, what decisions make sense. My own personal definition of a good life, developed from my own story and background and the books I chose to read and the perspectives I chose to have and the way in which I question those perspectives along every chapter of my life. As the world changed, as my family changed, as I changed, they're not really in there in this chatbot. They're inside here. And I think that this is what I should be getting my opinions from and my guidance from, not this chatbot. So why would I let this thing advise me on my life decisions, my self-perception, my mindset, my worldview? No. No, I'm not saying anything political about the Silicon Valley culture. This isn't a culture wars thing. This is just knowing how they think about creating businesses and owning industries and making money. All of that is inside this system. All of those priorities, all of those instincts, all of those impulses, these systems are created by them. That's what they do. I don't want advice from any of them about anything that I do with myself or my life or my company. If I ask the chatbot to be human, that's the fundamental error. The people who built that thing have a different definition of human. Their version of human is not my version of human. It's not even close. And I know what you're going to think now. I know where this is going. I know the instinct that you're thinking about now. You're right. We need to build our own AI with our own worldview. No. I disagree. That's the problem. That's the mother effing problem. The way we used to absorb knowledge and create our identities and become authentically ourselves used to work. It wasn't broken. It doesn't need an AI that looks more like us. It doesn't need AI. It wasn't broken. It doesn't need to be fixed. Let me remind you how it used to work 2 years ago and every decade before. If you wanted to expand your mind, if you wanted an external opinion from outside your social circle about your life choices, you read books, you read authors, you listened to people who spent years developing their worldview, whatever it is, whether they're alive today or whether they died 4 centuries ago. You disagreed with some of what they had to say. You agreed with some of what they had to say. And you built your own internal reasoning model from those decisions. And then you made something that worked, a human reasoning model inside your own brain that grew as a result. And then you became yourself. And then you accomplished awesome things with your life. And you never needed a chatbot to do any of that. And you learned how to write better as a result. And you absorbed knowledge as a result. And you took advice on what to read from people who respected and trusted. And then you carefully curated the advice and the information that went into your brain. You didn't never outsource any of those choices to a tech company. It doesn't matter if it's social media or AI or the combination, the hybrid. Because the reality is the people who built those things, they don't really live lives that are aligned with yours in the first place. So why are you absorbing all the information that they're putting in your face? I don't know. And why am I doing it? Because I do it sometimes. But it doesn't make sense. There's no logic to it. It's not a surprise that these companies are doing this, that they want to own all of our free time, and that they want to put the content that they decide matters in our faces, and they want to be our advisors in our pocket, and the thing that we ask for everything before we make any decision. That's not an accident. They want to do that. They want that space in your brain. They're making sure that they enter it. And if you think that your mind is 100% protected from this because you don't use chatbots to make life decisions, because you still have therapists and coaches, you're sort of right, but you're also a little bit wrong. Because maybe you're forgetting that more than half of the content out there on social media, on YouTube, and on LinkedIn, in podcasts, in major news outlets, is already made by AI. It's advised by AI. It's curated by AI. It's edited by AI, or it's outright generated by AI. Scroll through Instagram right now. Go do it. Count the posts, count the videos, count the people who clearly rehearsed AI talking points before they went on camera. The people who asked AI what videos I should make and what should I talk about. The people who are already sounding like AI in the way that they talk. They say things like, that emotional reactivity, it's where the real work starts. You are not being overlooked. You are being prepared. No context, just vibes. This is where growth meets stability. No genetics, no luck, habits.
Not in the quiet, maybe someday kind of way, in the life rearranging, heart opening, unexpected text message surprise opportunity kind of way. More than 80% of all the wellness accounts and psychology accounts and self-development accounts and astrology accounts and creators already talk like that, already sound like that. And that's your sign that their brain is already 80% robot and their worldview is already 80% copy pasted. And their objective isn't to develop a point of view, but to repeat one and to get validated for repeating one. Remember, this is what content is. It's what content has always been. Going back to the very first book, content is transmitting a message, a worldview. It's trying to get you to see a side of reality and absorb it and chew on it and think about it and consider it. That's obviously what Teledipity does too. That's obviously what I'm doing right now too. But that's why you have to filter. That's why you can't just take it all in. And that's why you want to mute the worldviews that you know are not going to influence you in a way that is constructive to you. Or watch everything, but then only take the points that make sense for you and ignore everything else. So if you're a creator, or if you are about to become a creator, or if you are just consuming media like we all are, think about that stuff. Think about authenticity and originality in humans. Think about people who read versus people who ask AI to summarize knowledge for them. Think about people who've been spending years with a certain kind of knowledge and people who just asked AI to teach it to them. And think about people who have original ideas versus people who ask AI what ideas to build, what content to publish, what to write. And that does not mean necessarily being anti all of AI. It's just maybe, at least for myself, adopting a worldview where AI can be the utilitarian tool to build things that are tedious, that don't require a point of view or an authenticity, that are just mechanical, like an Excel spreadsheet or the code of a website, but to leave things that are about changing minds and empowering and transmitting knowledge and feeding the soul to humans. And to maybe not try to force everybody to see things this way, but to simply to become the person that understands when someone is giving them a robot point of view versus an authentic point of view, and make the conscious decision to filter one from the other. And especially, of course, to be careful about what you're asking AI about, because sometimes it makes perfect sense. Do you know of a restaurant in the city that does X, Y, and Z? Or do you know of a movie that I might like that whatever? Or do you know, I don't know, a company that does this that I need fixing? That's just like Google, whatever. But should I break up with my boyfriend? Not a chatbot question. Should I build this business? Not a chatbot question. Should I quit this job? Not a chatbot question. Be careful about building the habit of asking AI about those things, because once the habit is built, it's very difficult to break. And you can make those decisions better than AI can. And the opinions of AI are of a certain kind of life that probably, maybe, you don't even want in the first place, but you're not thinking about that. So, I just did that. And yeah, I wrote it a few weeks ago. And I realized that it was not to be published in writing, but just to discuss live. What do you guys think? And does anybody want a live reading? Who's still watching? Who has thoughts? What do you think about my opinions there? Been thinking a lot about that stuff. I was with a friend over a year ago. It was not recent, but that image just got stuck in my mind, and I was like, God, this is going to start to be a real problem for everybody and for just humans. We were in coffee. We were talking about something, and then in the middle of the conversation, he started chatting with ChatGPT right in front of me. And maybe we used to have this experience before, because before it was like they were scrolling through social media instead of being in the conversation. So it's not a new thing. But when it's like, what are you asking ChatGPT about while we're talking? Like, are you asking about me? Are you asking about what we're talking about? Like, and more importantly, like, what's this habit where you have a passing thought in your brain and the immediate instinct is to go ask AI about it? And what's that going to create for you in your life story? How will your life turn out if that habit becomes so strong that it just takes over? I don't know. It's a little bit scary. This behavior is crazy. People totally, I'm reading comments. People totally lost agency of their own lives. Yeah. And it's scary in any context, people losing agency of their own lives. That's always a bad thing. But it's even scarier when you think about who they're giving that agency to. The companies and the people running those companies. That's real power. You think money is power? Building a thing that everybody asks life advice to, and you tell them exactly what to do with confidence? That's real power. And I don't want anybody having that kind of power. No. Does anybody want a live reading? Or a question? I had an idea for how to fill the time. So we filled it, or at least a portion of it. Now I need new ideas. Me. Suribi Nagar 7637. I have a meeting in 12 minutes. Otherwise, I do a live reading. No problem. You can come back next week or after. Oh, live reading. Awesome. So, Subi, I can't read that username, but what's your first name so I can find you on the application form? What's your first name, Surbi? Awesome. Let me find you. Surbhi. Nice. All right, I found you. I'm sending you the link right now. Link is sent, Surbi. Now I'm going to pull up your chart. Check your inbox. I just emailed you with a link to join us. And the birthday is okay. Survey's here. Welcome.
Oh, yes, 1 second. Oh, my room
No
is
problem.
all messy. Give me a second.
No worries.
Hi, Andres.
Hi, how's it going? No problem. Oh, I think you have the stream live somewhere. Hello. How are you?
Sorry, I have you on my mobile phone as well as.
No problem. No problem. So tell me. No problem.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am good. I wasn't ready. It's so difficult to get a reading with you. I've been trying for 2 weeks now. No, this is the third.
And today was the easiest day. I've been asking people
Yes.
already, and yeah, it's been at least an hour since there were any takers. So it was a perfect day for this. So tell me about yourself.
See?
Where do you live? What's going on?
Okay, I am from India. I'm not sure how huge is the audience here in India, but I
There's
lost
yeah.
track of.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just stumbled on serendipity, like, it was such a coincidence. And since the day I read the first introduction about the personality and everything, I've been hooked. And anybody that I meet and I happen to have a good conversation with, I always mention that please check this app. It's mind blowing, like in the most literal way possible.
Thank you.
It's sometimes creepy, It's so accurate. It's a
Creepily
compliment.
accurate. I thank you. It's an honor, and I think when you asked about India, there's users in India, definitely. I've noticed that that it's more Indian diaspora, like people from India who live in other countries that engage more with serendipity. Maybe in India, I don't know if it's the language barrier or something different. It's like there's people finding it, but they don't maybe stay as often. But Indian diaspora, absolutely everywhere. And I know, like when I chat with a user or in a personal reading with someone who's from India or is part of the Indian diaspora, they understand. They understand numerology because I mean there's such a huge Vedic astrology culture there that they get it. It's a really simple, like it's almost like the operating system of a divine language is already just part of their worldview from day one. So it's very simple.
Yeah.
Even if maybe numerology is not as big there, it's an easy transition.
astrology is big here.
Yeah, I know.
Numerology,
very big.
not so much.
Mm-hmm. So tell me
But
what do you do
try
and
and
what? Sorry, there's a delay, so sometimes
yes.
when you start speaking, I start speaking accidentally, and the other way around. So I think I'll pause more just to make sure that I'm not interrupting you. But tell me about your life, and tell me if I saw that you applied to get a reading many times. So clearly, there's something really important that you want to discuss.
Yeah.
So tell me about it.
No, not anything very important. And yeah, I tried for a few weeks, 2-3 weeks, but yeah, it's just generally. I was also thinking of getting a reading like through the application, like a one-on-one with you. So yeah, just wanted to speak with you. This year is a bit exciting, and yeah, I'm always learning and evolving. So I always look at, and it's fun for me. So I'm always looking out for such interactions.
So what's going
about
on this
me,
year? What's
I'm
Mhm.
yes. So with me, so I'm from here from India, and I am into softwares, IT, and currently, so the year I'm in a 5-year cycle, and I made a career transition, not a transition, but a new role last year. So I'm trying to settle into that. And yeah, personally, also, I'm trying to figure out a few things. Um, yeah, just um, waiting for something, a few things to happen for a few years now. Maybe better traveling opportunities, better roles, um, probably meeting a potential partner who I could, have a long term commitment with. So yeah, these are the few things. And yeah, so um, probably it's my life is not very complicated, but there's always scope for more joy. And I think for a few years now, I've been building onto it. But yeah, I think I'm finally. I would want to get to a point where I could just enjoy my day to day and more joy, better conversations, better people around me, um, better responsibilities.
What's the
So
latest job that you got? When did you get it?
I got so I started it last year around end of August, September last year, and yeah, so not very long, but it's challenging. So it's both. It's painful, but it's also it's challenging. So I
So
enjoy it.
tell me, like, what kind of job is it? Is it the career you want? What are your long-term objectives?
What are my long-term objectives? So I don't really have a like very long-term objective, but I really want to be somewhere where I would always um for now, maybe if I am at a point where I would have a little more responsibility, so designing something, being a little more authority. But I, I think I'm in the right field. It's um, uh, maybe the current circumstances are so I have to wait a little longer. There's a lot of uncertainty around everything. Long term, it's I mean, I expect it to deliver, but um, it's slow. And my career has always been, I've always had something, and I always try to look at the positive side of it. But then what exactly I have always wished for, I think I've very patiently built onto it for years now. So
What is
yeah,
it?
it doesn't happen again. I have to try. What is it? Um,
That you've been patiently building towards?
hmm. Um, I think a spot where I'm just I like doing what I'm doing. Like not one is up. Yeah, I should like it. Second is
Mm-hmm.
I should be creating something, at least designing something.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it should involve a little bit of like interaction and with people around, traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So going global. Uh,
Okay.
yes,
Um.
on at the top
Yeah.
of my mind.
When I look at your charts, I see that on the career side of things, you are in a transit that began in October of 2023 and ends in October of 2028. So you're past the midpoint, and probably every job you've had is a spot along that journey is connected in some way. It's maybe same kind of skill set, same kind of journey, so to speak. And I think right there in 2028 you will make a bigger shift, career shift into something different. And I think that what this chapter of your life is about, at least on the career side, is to gain skills in that field and take them with you to another field that's very different. I am curious that, and it doesn't mean that you are in the wrong place. It means that you are there to pick up some skills that are important, that are not connected to your life mission. It looks to me from your chart that your life mission is more artistic in nature, not really technological. That there's a lot of artistic talent, that there's a lot of urge to engage in creativity and creative work, and that in this role that you're in, you are picking up, maybe because you mentioned technology, maybe technology tools for artistic works after, or for a role in something that's more artistic in nature but that requires technology in some way. I think my advice to you, because you still have a couple of years left in this transit, where I don't think you're supposed to find the perfect job or the place you'll be happiest, but simply to absorb as much skills and as much knowledge as possible, is to try to engage with your artistic side outside of work. I don't know if you're already doing that, but evenings, weekends, I don't know what it is artistic that you're drawn to. I don't know if it's writing or drawing or dancing or music, but there's something that you've always been attracted to there. And that's actually where your life mission comes in later. I think from age 38 to age 45 is when that comes into full form. And maybe it doesn't really require that you change into a job that embraces that artistic talent. Yours could be, and this is just a theory, yours could be a story where your job is what makes you money and gives you freedom, and your art is what feeds from that all the time. So it doesn't need to be that you change from like regular work to artistic work, but what's very clear is that the artistic work is where your mission is and where your contribution to the world is. And my only, like, I can see why in this chapter of your life it's not the main focus and it's not what's consuming most of your attention. But my only advice would be, don't ignore it, don't forget it, and try to engage with it as much as you can outside of work so that you're ready when the next transition comes.
Okay.
Do you know what the artistic thing is? Or not yet? No?
And not yet. And funny thing is, I've never thought of myself as an artist.
Really? Because you have the
I've
chart
been
of
interested in everything.
You have the chart of one.
Because I've so I was always the kid who was good at math,
Interesting.
So mathematics was my thing. So engineering was the like next obvious option.
You have the chart
And
of an artist, of a creator, of a free spirit. You do not have the chart of an engineer at all.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Free spirit, yes, but do not really have a very obvious talent for art or dancing.
Have
or
you
singing.
explored it? Have you tried?
None.
Because you do have this talent.
I recently started taking some dance lessons for a year or so. I made some improvement, but I don't know. I started in 2022 July or August. I've always wanted to see if I can dance and if I can enjoy, but even in the dance class, I don't think I am the best dancer or even close to one. So
were you watching?
I'm pretty average at it.
Were you watching the stream last week when I was talking to Esther at the end, or no?
I did join for a while, but I didn't stay till.
Do you remember me talking about the trauma lottery? I'm gonna repeat that for you because this message is for you. Of course, numerology says, and as you saw, it's very accurate. We are all born with inborn talents, and everybody has some talent, a different talent. Some people are good at systems, pattern recognition, sports, dancing, writing, talking. Talking is a talent. Comedy is a talent. Everybody's born with a talent, but not everybody knows that they have a talent or has explored their talent, and most importantly, not everybody has confidence in their talents. And sometimes the reason we don't have confidence in our own talents is because of our life story. And that's what I call the trauma lottery. Because, beliefs are very powerful. And when we are kids, all of our beliefs come from the adults around us. And there's nothing more powerful than telling a child, you are good at this, and the inverse, you are not good at this. Because those comments from adults to a kid become beliefs, and those beliefs can follow you into adulthood without ever being questioned. And this is a story that happens a lot. Somebody in art class draws something and the teacher says that's not good, or everybody laughs, and they never draw again. And they don't remember the event, or they do remember it, but they close themselves off from that skill set for life because when they were young, they were told that's not for you, and they believed it. And the reason I call it a lottery is because that also can happen accidentally in the other way. So a child can be told, you're really good at math, and they will believe it. And they will become very competent at math and very good at it without having the inborn talent because they believed it and they made it true. And sometimes, by accident, an adult will say, oh, you're really good at dancing, when the person is actually really talented at dancing. And that's a powerful combination because then there's belief and talent, and they can go very, very far into their genius because of it. But it's a lottery because all of it is by accident. You don't know why adults told you the things they were told you when you were a kid, but you surely believed all of them, especially if it was your parents, but also if it was society, teachers, other adults. All of that matters because a kid will believe everything that an adult tells them about themselves, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how the lottery falls for you. So I, for example, when I was a kid, and in Mexico, everybody plays soccer. You have to play soccer. So I'm thrown into soccer when I'm 3 or 4 years old, and I'm terrible at it. And the team laughs at me. They get mad at me because I lose the ball or whatever. And it's so traumatic that for the rest of my life, up until 3 years ago, I believed I was bad at sports. Not true. I may be bad at some sports, but not others. But I never explored that side because of the trauma. And who knows if I actually have some sports talent, maybe not for soccer, but for something else, never explored it because of the blanket belief I am not good at sports that came from trauma that was accidental. Nobody did it. It was just something that happened. But a child records that for life. And then in my own story, there's another example that came from luck that I didn't control, that I don't even know if it was true, but that happened to land correctly, which was I was in elementary school. I was in third grade, and the teacher had said, "You're a really good writer. You're really good at writing," and that was powerful. And from that age on, I had the belief I'm a good writer. I'm a good writer. I'm a good writer. And there, I do think that there's some inborn talent, but that's the combination. And then boom, belief plus talent combination. That's a lottery too. That's accidental. Somebody said it. I believed it. I never questioned it again. It wasn't my parents who said it, but it was someone with authority, and I believed it. And that was a good outcome of the lottery. It's just a lottery. So that's why sometimes you see adults that are very good at something and that believe that that's their identity, but in reality, their real talents are dormant, not explored, not because they want to, not because they chose to, but because of very old beliefs that were installed there when you were a kid. And sometimes people really surprise themselves when they try something they've never tried before, because it turns out that they were really talented at it, always. That their brain understood the skill, that they could be world-class at it because of genetics, because of whatever temperament, like however your brain is built and your specific type of intelligence. And the saddest example of that story is the person who was born with a world-class talent, was told they were not good at it as a kid, and never explored it again. You are an artist. You are. You're not an engineer. At least if you believe in numerology. Because maybe that's not what you want to believe. But if you believe in numerology, you are an artist. And maybe it's dancing. Maybe it's writing. Maybe it's comedy. Maybe it's acting. Maybe it's sculpture. Maybe it's painting. But there's something extremely powerful and extremely artistic in you. I really hope that you start exploring it.
Okay. But like in my case, I've never experienced anything that I could feel is just like.
But you
very
haven't tried
powerful
everything. So how do you know? You haven't tried all arts, have you?
No,
You don't know.
no, I'm not.
Also,
So,
there's a maybe another belief there that to note, to be careful with, to be aware of, which is that if you have talent, you'll be good at it on day one. Not true. If you have talent, the first year you will still look like you are not good at it. It won't really start showing until later if you stick with it. It's not immediate. You'll just simply notice slowly that something comes easier to you, that you're getting really good ideas that nobody else gets, and that it's just coming naturally. That's a sign that you have talent, but even then, you have to stick with something for longer than a year to see if you really have talent or not. It's not always obvious in the beginning.
okay. But then in that case, even I'm very curious because I mean, there's only so much you can do like take an action on. Rest like has to happen, and you just have to
It's joy.
be
It's joy.
in.
If you follow joy, if you go to a dancing class and it makes you really happy, that's your sign. If it doesn't, that's also your sign. But also be patient with the happy, because that can sometimes be delayed. But you like, I also think it's easy. Like you go to a class for something, a sports class, an art class, and you feel out of place, you feel not good, you feel like it's not working, but you still want to go back. There's something pulling you there. Like it's like, but I want to go back, even though I'm scared, even though like I may look like a fool, like I want to go back. That's your internal guidance system. Trust it. That's your sign.
Okay.
You're an artist. At least according to numerology.
That's completely different from till now what
true.
I've.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's not true. Also, you felt that the telepathy profile was accurate. It's talking about all these things. It's not like I'm reading a different chart. So
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I got the
It's all over
details
there.
wrong, but then
Yeah.
in most of the cases it's accurate like day-to-day life. So I trust
Yeah.
I trust the guidance.
Read it again. Let me. Oh, you know why? I will tell you why you did. Like, your last name is not in your telepathy account. You only have your first name there. So you need to add the last
Okay.
name so that you get the chart.
Okay.
Some things will stay the same because those letters still matter. So you'll see more information rather than different information. But it's likely that the art stuff is in your last name that you didn't put in your telepathy account.
Oh, okay. I will try. I will try.
I'm grateful for this reading because it's the first time I've talked to someone who had a different idea of themselves than the chart says. Normally, they feel confirmation, and you are expressing yourself like you have no confirmation, like this is news to you. But I'm really confident in this chart.
This is
Unless, like, I spelled your name correctly.
so till now
And your birthday is right. Yeah, it's your chart.
It's
your
correct.
chart. Yeah.
But I will. Can I type my name again for you?
Yeah. This is weird, huh? You are not.
Yeah.
It's not resonating with you. That's fine.
Yes, but another another point is that I've always felt out of a place. Not like out of place, but I've always wondered like what could be my thing that I could be just very, very confident. I would know that, yeah, this is where I'm supposed to be.
You have a comment from somebody watching. They say, Surbi, interior design, floral design, writing, event planning, graphic design. So many wide options for the arts. Excited for you.
Yeah.
So okay,
sweet. Thank you.
checking the spelling. Surbhi, correct. BHAT, and it's correct. It's the right spelling.
Oh. Okay. Let's see.
Challenge your self-perception and start building one that's your own rather than what other people assigned you.
Okay. Yeah.
Surbi, I want you to be happy. I don't want you to be confused with this reading.
Yeah. Yeah, but now this is going to be something that I would have to
Think about.
explore.
Yeah.
I will take this back with me today.
At the very least, just keep going to that dance class and don't judge yourself. Don't say I'm bad at this. Don't compare yourself to others. Just keep getting better. And if it makes you happy, don't drop it. That's art. And then you can take it from there.
Is there any sign of leadership in my chart? Because I've always felt that, I might lead a group or something. Like I'm always the bigger person in all the situations. So at least if I get to do it with the position.
Anybody can be a leader. Any number. Any there's because leadership is not a talent. Leadership is something that an authentic person with empathy and enthusiasm and a vision can always do. And there's different leadership styles. There's different ways of being a good leader. So I think leadership is something that anybody can become and anybody can aspire to. When sometimes, for example, a chart says leader, it's not necessarily like that's where we have to be clear about words and definitions, because all we can do is use language, and language is also limited. Because, for example, when we all use the word love, but do we have a shared definition? I don't think so. I think it's the same with the word leader. Leader. What's leader? What is leader? In the numerology sense, leadership is associated with the number 1, but that's not because the number 1 is always going to be a leader, but because the experience of being a leader is an important step in the spiritual lesson of the 1, which the spiritual lesson of the 1 is all about defining yourself, standing behind that definition, and bringing it out into the world without fear, and taking care of yourself and being independent and solving your own needs. That often leads to leadership, but that leads to leadership the way that the life path 5 leads to freedom, which freedom is something anybody can have. The life path 6 leads to caregiving, which everybody is a caregiver at some point in their lives and is responsible for somebody. We all work with all the numbers. So if you want to be a leader, it's there for you. Where I would say, like, your chart is telling a story. Your chart is telling a story of a person who communicates through creativity and is in the life mission part of your journey, in the business of selling, creating ideas, stories, worldviews, and championing them.
Okay.
And that's why it's so heavy on the creativity, because this is the chart of a creator, not content creator. That's a 21st century thing. Creator.
Yes. Something original.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Maybe I can stop stressing about
you would think that I was. It feels like, I know that's not what it is, but it feels like I'm just giving you bad news. Like I'm telling you like things you never wanted to hear, that you were not excited about, that are scary to you. And I think I'll tell you one thing. There's a lot of people who would be very excited to have this chart. very excited, who want a chart like this. So
maybe never thought about it. Yeah.
Well, good luck.
But it's a definite change of plan now.
No, you don't have to change your plan. You can continue having your job. And as I said, like, just because it's your life mission doesn't mean it has to be your income generating activity or your job. You can always work in technology if you want to, so long as you're also being an artist on the side. It doesn't have to be where your money comes from. It should be something that you invest enthusiasm and energy into because it's your life mission. Good luck, Sui. I hope that one day you're excited about this, because I would be.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
I would write to you.
Likewise. It's great meeting you. Good luck. Talk soon.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the kind words about teledipity. Hope we're able to inspire you and motivate you as long as you need it. That's what we're here for.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you for everything.
Bye-bye. That was an interesting reading. I don't often have those situations. It's not the first time, but I don't often have those situations where people don't associate themselves with what their chart says. It's interesting for sure. Hey, Andres, I would jump in now, but you're going to read me for later this month. Just checking out your digital world here. Oh, thank you, Dr. Cameron Martin. I got your email. Sorry, I haven't responded. I read your emails yesterday. You're set up for the reading in a couple weeks, and I'm excited to catch up. I saw that you were in Greece a few months ago, so I was excited to chat about that and yeah, just catch up. I think it's been a couple of years since we talked. Hey, Ben Stokes, good to see you. I've got to jump for 30, but I'll be back later. Would love to say hi. Absolutely. When you come back, jump on. It's been a while too. There's a lot of people that I've met through teledipity that I haven't kept in touch with. It's so nice and so awesome to catch up wherever we can. Dr. Cameron Martin, operating system of divine language. Love that. Astrology is with me for sure, even though I'm not Indian. Yeah, well, I mean, Cameron, for those who don't know, is a Vedic astrologer. So of course he has that operating system. So excited to chat with him when he comes. He's going to be a special guest. I don't know if it's next week or the week after, but later this month. Jackie Viramontes, I totally applied for a live reading too. I accidentally put my married name, so I applied a second time. No worries. I'll just grab the second one. Jackie, I'm going to bring you on if you're still here in about 5 minutes, just to give me a break between readings. But if you are ready, get ready. In the next 5 minutes, I will send you the link. Numbers are another kind of art. That's a good point, Manuela. That's a very good point. That you can be creative with technology, with engineering, with numbers, and that's artistic too. I definitely see myself, because I am more of an artist than an engineer, but there's a lot of engineering involved in building and maintaining and running teledipity, and I've learned that stuff, and there's parts of it that I'm genuinely good at. But the way I've always processed it is I'm just technology is just another tool of the artist. So absolutely, but you have to, or not have to. Nobody has to do anything. Everybody's driving their own life and taking the advice that makes sense and dropping what doesn't. So nobody has to do anything. But if you have a chart like Subi's, you should be doing as much art as you can every day, because there's so much talent in there. So much. Yes, Jackie, I'm going to bring you on. I just like taking breaks between readings so that I can clear the energy and be ready for the next person. And we finally have a lively chat. So the more questions you guys ask, the better. So I can rant a little bit before the next reading. A couple minutes more. Just drinking water and getting ready. There's a big surprise coming for Teledipity users. If you've been in the platform longer than 2 years, I think it'll be pretty cool. If you've arrived sometime in the last 2 years, you may not understand it or get it, but I think you will like it too, because it's a permanent surprise. It's a surprise that's coming and staying. And it actually was a seed planted by somebody in this live stream like a month ago. Somebody came on the stream and gave me some feedback, and it got me thinking, and then I just went deep into making it happen for the product, and we're about to deploy it. We're ready to deploy it today, but because I was going to do the stream, I may not be ready to do it, but it's probably coming out tomorrow, so it's going to happen. Yes, like proportion and geometry perspective. Don't know, maybe from another point of view to see the numbers in artistic field. Yeah, absolutely. I think, and again, just to reduce my own importance and even the importance of numerology, this is just an opinion and perspective. It's how I use numerology. It's what numerology says. It's my confidence in the system. It's my confidence in my own read. But every advisor, every expert has their limits. You can never take everything at face value, and I'm not always the right advisor for everybody. All of that being said, if you're getting a numerology reading from me and you have that chart and you're saying that you're not good at any art, I'm going to try to attack that belief because I'm seeing the discrepancy. And your approach is the correct one. Like maybe you are creative with numbers and you don't realize it. But even then, a person with that chart should be trying to do more art. Because if you are like a creative person, and I think a lot of the people on the stream are, and a lot of people in Teledipity are, maybe not everybody, but if you are a creative person, you know, like, yes, I think my chosen craft is writing, but I was always attracted to all arts. I did some acting in high school. I love dancing. I love to dance. I love music. I never played an instrument, but I'm an appreciator of jazz and classical music. Like there's always an attraction to the arts. Even then, this is also like, it happens a lot in modern society. And this is the case that I'm more familiar with is not the person who doesn't know they're an artist, but the person who knows and is scared to do it because they're scared of maybe the financial consequences, or maybe the social criticism around it, or maybe just the risk that it would take to actually pursue that career or that lifestyle. And they are constantly trying to negotiate, like, yeah, but I'm a doctor, yeah, but I'm a lawyer, yeah, but I'm like but I want to write a novel, but I don't, but like, and like that's that inner conflict where they know they want to do this artistic thing, but they cannot fully embrace it because there's fear around it. That's a more common situation for me in readings. Someone whose chart screams art, and who's and the person who is just not seeing it to the point where they think there's an error in the reading. That I think I don't think that's happened often. I think maybe a couple times, but I could still see how I can't necessarily empathize with it on the artistic side, but I can empathize with it on the athletic side. I think there are some athletic talents that I never pursued because I always thought I was bad at sports because of my own traumas. So you talked to me 10 years ago, I would have said no. Like I'm not good at any sport. Now that I started doing some sports just for fun, I can see where there's actual talent. It's just not soccer. I don't know how far that talent goes. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to go to the Olympics, but at the same time, it's really, there's nothing more beautiful than thinking you were bad at something your whole life and forcing yourself to try and finding out that you're actually really good at it. Because when you go through an experience like that, it makes you question everything that you always believed about yourself. And that's when you start discovering real powers and real opportunities, not just to have more fun, but to actually change your life and to have a more fulfilling, satisfying career. So if I see someone being adamant that they're not good at something, I'm always the person who's going to try to question that. But I do it for a good reason. I'm trying to help. Yeah, even with music, we have numbers and proportions. Absolutely. Music is extremely mathematical. Yeah, and I think math is everywhere. Absolutely. Numerology. That's the whole point of numerology. Math is everywhere. Yeah. All right, Jackie, let's go. Jackie, are you still there? Are you ready? I'm going to find your application and we're going to do your reading. I lost myself in my own computer for a second. 1 second. Jackie. Let me see. Okay. Jackie, are you there? I'm pulling up your email and I'm going to send you the stream link. Found you. And I'm going to use the second application, as you said. I am going to email you the link. Jackie, the link is in your inbox. Now I'm going to pull your charts. I have a feeling I still don't have all the information though, but I will double check that with you when you come on. Jackie's here.
Here.
Hey, Jackie.
I had no idea you were doing this, and I pulled up Teledipity. I'm like, it's live right now. So this is such a gift that you do it.
Nice. Thank you. I mean, I just started doing it maybe 6 weeks ago. It's still kind of like a new initiative, but it's been so awesome. I love just chatting with users, coming on, ranting for 6 hours. It's been really cool. And also like the readings, people both love participating. They love watching other people's readings and just giving advice to each other, helping each other out. It's a really cool thing that's happening. So
I read the time. I was like, this can't be right. It can't be 5 hours. It has to be a typo. And I clicked and I'm like, it's still going. So I'm so grateful. You're power warrior here.
Yeah. It goes by so fast. I don't even notice. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
So, no, I was like, so rogue. Veramontes is my married name, but Poignet is my maiden name. So I put in that one.
Do you have a middle name?
And I missed the question about, I was the one who asked the question in the chat about the collective numerology, and I missed it because I had to feed my kids. But
I had a really nice rant, but we'll make
I'll go and watch the rant. You don't have to.
Okay. It was cool. So do you have a middle name?
I do not.
Oh, so that was those two, the name and the last name, that's your birth certificate.
Jacqueline Poignet.
Okay,
Is the birth certificate.
Cool. So tell me about yourself. Where do you live? What's going on? And what inspired you to get to the reading?
Yes. Again, it's just synchronicity. But I live in North San Diego now. I've been doing healing work my whole life. So I'd say, like, sum it up, like nervous system healing with people. I lead a certification and training for people who want to bring in somatic work, specifically tapping, like the EFT tapping. But I take a really like inner child generational healing spin to it. So I run a certification, an online certification for the last 10 years. But I feel like last year was my 1 year. And this year I think is my 2 year. Am I getting that right? You can probably see that. But I'm also writing a book. So I felt like last year I felt this 1 year momentum of, okay, write the second book, move a little bit away from certification and go into that juicy healing space that I love, like get out of like logistical training, Excel sheets, and go back into this like healing spiritual side where I'm like recording meditations and leading people into deep healing instead of teaching people to do deep healing. I want to go back into like being immersed in that with people. But then I feel like, and this is why I was like, I have a question. It's like, can you kind of mess up the 1 year? Because I was like, I'll do one more launch of certification. So I did it, and I felt like it put on pause this momentum I had for my book and this app that I was going to launch. And it just stood still. And I did the certification, which I love. I love teaching. So that's kind of where I am. I come from this healing background. I love teaching. I love training the trainer. Like I love teaching the mother. Like it feels like there's a ripple effect when you do that. But there was something happening around that 1 year of like, ooh, I want to go back to that. It's not even analog, but it's why I asked that question. I want to go back to that place of I feel like I'm in the healing work with someone as opposed to teaching it to someone. But yeah, can you mess up? So when I was reading the Teledipity app, it was always spot on. Like this is reading my mind. And then when I chose to do my certification launch again, instead of my app launch, which would have been more like helping the cycle breakers, helping the people in real time. Now, when I read it, I'm like, this would be true if, ooh, I'm like in the wrong parallel. So one question is like, what do you do if you feel like you kind of didn't align with your year? But the second thing is I always feel like I'm one to-do list away from satisfaction. Maybe that's just the times we're in. But I'm like, ooh, once I get all this automated, then I'll be satisfied and can sink into that healing space. Or once I write the book, then it'll all be humming. So is there something that you could tell me in the chart of like how to sink into satisfaction without always pushing it away to once you get all those automation emails, then it'll just be generative? No, because the next thing. So that's one big thing. Yeah, I don't know if I should stop there. And then I asked that analog question for a reason, because I was going to launch the app and I was thinking maybe the energy is just not there anymore. A year's gone by and energy's not there. And I'd rather sink into like finishing the book and kind of making more like written journaling thing. Like people want to put pen to paper and maybe they don't want to be always like listening to something online. I don't know, digital courses versus in-person retreats. So I think I asked the question of, is there an energetic move for me for this of like in-person kind of immersions over, I'm over here, you over here, and we have no intimate touch points. Because I don't know if I get satisfaction from that intimate touch point, as opposed to if I went ahead with this app, I would have no idea what was happening. And I know I get a lot of life out of seeing the results, seeing the fruit of the healing work. So I'll stop talking.
No worries.
Yeah.
So starting with the last and then going back to the first few, which will dive us into the reading. I think you really like what I said. Because I think a lot about the same things, but the way I see it is it's not really digital versus non-digital, because both are still going to exist and both have their audience, their people who prefer it, they're people who like learning that way or not. I think when we're talking about technology platforms and technology spaces, you need people to build the right ones rather than let the wrong people just own that delivery system. So just because it's an app doesn't mean it's harmful, like a social media app would be. That's entirely in the power and the choice of the creator. It doesn't mean it takes away from life just because it's in a smartphone. And on the other hand, of course the non-digital spaces, they have their value too, and there are people who want them, and there are people who choose them, and their niche too. So my answer to that in summary was that there's not really one idea that will be global, because there's different niches, different styles, and different things that they're looking for. Some people will prefer just their digital experiences, even if they're valuable and rich and constructive, because either they don't have time for a lot of in-person stuff, or they just their in-person stuff is dedicated to other things that are not self-improvement. As people have sports clubs and their chess clubs and their board games, and like maybe they don't need a workshop, but they're still looking for that information. So it just depends on who you're targeting, and depends on most of all the one that you are excited about the most. Because I think you already experienced that with when you launched something that no longer felt aligned. You notice like you can do all of the ideas. You want to pick the one that's really making you excited and really making you feel aligned. And that's a good segue into the first question that you asked, because I think the answer is a little complex. I think that there's a difference between the concept of the perfectly aligned path that you follow correctly at every moment and make every decision at the perfect time, and then the pivots are correctly placed and the ideas are launched on time. I think that just in the worldview of numerology, that perfectly aligned path technically exists. I don't think anybody actually follows it to the rhythm, like the perfect choreography of their life as it is outlined. Going off course is a part of the journey, and taking yourself out of alignment and into something that doesn't fit is something everybody does, everybody has to do, and is valuable in and of itself, because sometimes when you go off course, you remember the importance of being on course, you learn mistakes that you shouldn't repeat, and more importantly, at least I think it's always the truth. I don't want to say just for me. Like, I think it's always the truth. Anytime you go off course, the path, what's the word I'm looking for? The side path, the non-aligned path, the detour is the word I'm looking for. The detour has opportunities too. You find valuable things in the detour that you wouldn't have found otherwise. And it's not just learning that you should not detour, but sometimes in the detour, the right idea you find, or the right personal evolution opportunity to get over a limiting belief, to change your mindset about yourself, to whatever it is. You always find something, and then you come back to the main road. A better person that you wouldn't have been otherwise if you hadn't gotten lost in the first place. So it's hard to use words like mistake, because sometimes technically you did make a mistake, and sometimes it's even helpful to think about it as a mistake. That does not mean that it's irreversible or that there wasn't value in making the mistake. So even if in your own personal narrative you come to the conclusion that that was a mistake, which is entirely possible and a good thing to know. I've had those many times. That doesn't mean you're out of alignment.
I resonate with that. It's been I don't know if this is a 1 year, 2 year thing, but I'm like, oh, it's my year of, I joke about it with my husband. It's our year of like grass is greener. Like, oh, we had to try the things so that never again will we think, oh, that, living out in the country, homesteading, not for us. Oh, like we had to do it. We had to get our hands in it. Oh, self-paced launches versus the stress. I had to try it, didn't work. So is that a 1 year thing? But I do really resonate of like, well, now I'll know for sure that didn't work for me.
Yeah. Because I think, and you can have as an entrepreneur, as a creator, you can have your vision, you can have your ideas, and you can have your plan. And it's very easy to get pulled off track by either by external advice or by internal misalignment of priorities, or maybe like forgetting the right priorities all the time. Like I went through a phase years ago where everybody told me high ticket. That's the only way that you're going to make this sustainable. It's the only way you're going to make this sustainable. And high ticket, like, I mean, it's relative, right? But high ticket, we're talking like products that cost more than $1,000. And I never, like, it always felt wrong to me. But then with all that advice, I start feeling like, well, maybe I'm scared of money, and maybe like I don't I don't value myself enough, and all this crap. And then I tried it, and it sold, and then I had to deliver it for 6 months, and I didn't enjoy any of it. Because it was too, for me, like everybody's different, but for me, I much prefer to build one for all tools and to create content and to create technology tools than I do like being very involved in somebody's story as like a advisor practitioner that beyond a single reading, just like the follow-up and like this is not who I am, and it's not how I enjoy to work. So even though there was revenue, I hated it. And I never did it again because I knew that's just not the business I want to build, and this is not who I want to be. And it doesn't matter if it would make me money, you know? You have to find a way to make money in the things that you that fit you, the way you like to work. And
that maybe those one thing you longer. Said is like such a mirror to going on in my life. I'm like,
oh really?
I am excited about the app. I was excited about finally because my certification is really expensive. And then I always have people like, what do I need? And that's where the app, and I write on Substack, and I love that. I'm a writer too, and I love writing. And I like, if I could just do that and have a low ticket that serves people, that's what brings me joy. And people, even my husband, it's like, no one else wants another app. I'm like, I have like 10 apps that I look at every day.
Yeah.
Oh, you need high ticket. You don't want to have to sell that much. And that voice, I'm like, but I would rather build that community. Like everything you just said is a mirror to exactly how I feel. And I even just as you said, I'm like, I am excited about that. I've let those voices, even someone yesterday said, well, you know, you don't want to just have that low ticket. Be careful about those people who only want to pay that much. And I'm like, and then you said something else of some people don't have time for that. And I'm like, as a mom of 2 where I don't have childcare, I'm like, I don't have time for private sessions anymore. And so does half the world. Price. And it's like, they still need support in between. So you're just like reflecting so much of like, yes, I've let the voices infiltrate. Yeah, which is why I went for high ticket. and I feel like it derailed my plan, but I loved it. And
I mean,
it's just all information. Yes.
I can confidently say that derailed me, and only because maybe the difference from you is that maybe you had done it before. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and I delivered, but it took me a year to recover because like not just delivering it, but the imbalances that created, all the stuff I couldn't do that I then had to do later, but then they all ballooned at the same time, and like
Exactly.
it was a mess. Like I have no problem saying like I never should have done that in the first place, but at least next time someone tells me high ticket, I know to ignore them because I know that that's not necessary, and that's like probably even beyond that, from that experience, learning that you can build your business any way you want to, and advice about how things work or how things become successful or how things monetize successfully or all this stuff. I'm not going to go as far as to say that it's all wrong, but I will say that it comes from it's wisdom developed by a different business trying to sell something else to a different audience. That's rarely going to apply to you because they didn't build what you're building. Yeah. So they learned their wisdom around what works and what doesn't with a different audience and a different product. Of course, it's not going to translate. So it's just dangerous when it's presented as like, this is how you build in wellness, or this is how you build in what, like as a solopreneur, or this is like, not really. There's people who have really successful businesses. They don't even have an email list or a social media account. And like, there's no rules.
So good. It's so true. And I have been told in my astrology chart, it's like, oh, you are kind of supposed to be in technology and like rework how people engage on technology and community. And that's why you're drawn to building everything online, like online courses and online places. So yes. Okay. So what was the other question you asked first? I forgot. I think it was that, like, what just in my, I'd have to look back at my teledipy of even what I am. I think I'm a 9, but kind of what is that satisfaction? Like, I know you're telling, it was so funny that she didn't want to be an artist. You are an artist. Anyone else would love hearing that. But it's like, oh, am I made for that? Like, oh, 1-to-1 or group. Is there any, I have no idea what you can see on the reading, just as like a compass to what would bring that satisfaction. Is that generative community? Is it like big bursts with people? I can't see what you can see in it. But that, I think I asked that question of satisfaction is always like one to-do list away of when really I find satisfaction from like writing and it generates something, or just any little guideposts or compasses back to satisfaction inside of me.
I'll answer from your chart rather than the big answer about that, because I think anybody who is creating something and finds success in it will fall into that trap, and I've fallen into it. I probably still do. I don't know that I'm immune to it, but it's the when this is done, I'll be able to have more balance. And then and then a decade later you're still saying that, but I don't want to do the global answer. I'll do your reading, and then maybe we can come back to that. Just looking at your chart right now. I think your chart does not answer definitively 1-to-1 or 1-to-many, because it's talking about something that applies to both. What your chart is talking about is the person who turns information into entertainment, who absorbs information, who becomes a library of very specific knowledge, and has absorbed it from a million different sources and can query it immediately. Like, oh yeah, this book, that strategy, and it's not really something that stops. Like, you'll always be absorbing knowledge, and adding it to your internal storehouse and then turning it into entertainment. And by entertainment, I don't mean that it's not actually teaching, but that it's not teaching necessarily in the traditional way where there's a course or a workshop. But maybe I am answering your question without realizing it, but where like there is like it's so easy to engage with what you're doing from an entertaining point of view, whether it is because it's a work of fiction or because it's like a comedy, comedic speech, or because it's like it's produced in such an artistic way where the person doesn't realize that they're showing up to a class to absorb knowledge. They just think that they're being entertained. And anything that any part of your mission, different roles, different companies, whatever, different creations, it all ties back to that theme, which is you give people the information that they need to solve problems in a way where they don't feel like they are learning, but they actually are learning, and they're learning a lot. It's just sneaked in by a way of delivery that's so engaging and so effortless that it's happening almost without them either paying attention or even realizing that they're showing up to learn something.
Love that. Resonate. Yes.
And I think once you get those two ingredients together, at the next level of your life mission is in the like, I'm going to use a lot of 21st century words, but they tie back to the number 26, which is the day you were born, which is the efficient monetization of that process with a lot of care for the individual circumstances of the person and the empathy towards their situation. So this is like a caregiving monetization, like a this is a business, this is a service, but I am so aware of your situation that I'm making the offer something that you can easily accept, and that is not adding friction to your life, which I think is very aligned with low ticket when you think about it in that term. And the objective of all these things you're creating is healing. It all ties back to the 9 life path, is helping people forgive themselves, heal wounds, heal limiting beliefs, heal bad thoughts, and open themselves up to the collective communities, and not communities in terms of online communities, but like the turning their attention back to their neighborhood, their city, their country, like the larger spaces that they occupy and helping others. Very philanthropic side of it. So I think if we were to summarize all those things, your life mission, I mean, now that I heard me describe it, it does sound like one-to-many, low-ticket entertainment, and healing. It very much sounds like that up, but you can also fit it into a workshop. You could fit it into it doesn't mean that just because you're doing in person, all of those energies are lost, because it's about more than just that. Does that make sense?
Deeply validating. Yes. I'm scribbling notes. Deeply validating. And I do get so much life out of it being a group, because I've just seen time and time again how there's a synergy that happens. Like, people heal faster when it's in a group. Like, there's that collective, oh, you're not just being witnessed by one person, but it's this whole group that's like, we've been there. So I've just seen there's like a magic, there's a power in that, especially when you're breaking like female generational cycles, which is what I tend to focus on. So deeply validating. Yes. I also started, so thank you. So such a good.
Absolutely.
I also started thinking about like my kids. You know, I have 2 young kids. I'm done having kids. But that's another thing where I feel like I was like, oh, I'm just going to be with them, kind of take time off with them. And then I haven't, because, you know, we're entrepreneurs. I'm like, there's always another thing. And there's that mom guilt of, ooh. But now I'm like, okay, is it actually time to step into being a little bit more present, not putting them into this public school? Like I heard the reading where you're talking about, oh, for the next few years, this is nomadic time. But is there anything around, ooh, this is the time to maybe explore or be home, or like we've decided to just put my kid in the local public school and then I'm going to be home with my daughter, but maybe with her, we'll do a little more homeschool and nomadic. But is there anything in there that are touch points of over the next 5 years, you know, because my kids are little and still not in full school?
I think there is an answer here, and there isn't always. And it's never all or nothing, because you're always going to be a mom and a business owner. So it's not really like, this are your mom years, these are your business owner years. It's maybe just like how I don't even want to say priorities, because they're both a priority. Like how the energy investment stacks. It feels like in your chart,
Don't know if you froze or I froze, Andre. I'll just stay on as you said. There you go.
the stream dropped me again for like the 5th time today, but thank God.
I was here for the last one, so I know to just sit tight.
Thank God it's not closing the stream like it did that one time. But anyway, so in your chart, I do see that let me just get the dates right. February, your birthday, 2026, to February 2028, that's 2 years, are more mom heavy years. More caregiving, more presence, more investment. And it really flips in the other direction in 2028, where like from 2028 to I'm trying to like, I'm following the story and I see going. 2047, your 59th birthday. It's all business. It's all entrepreneurship. It's all creation and building and being incredibly successful in it. So it's all like, and that's why I was saying like, it's not one or the other, because you're going to be doing both. But like, it does feel like, and that doesn't mean don't start your app now. It doesn't mean like, but it does mean like there's your chart is talking about like a balance is good right now for the next 2 years, and not stepping your foot on the gas at 100 miles an hour, maybe like 80, maybe 60, 70 is the good, like pacing yourself a little bit before you go all out, because then it's a very long story. It's decades and decades of being very, very influential and very successful in all your business endeavors, whether it's this app just extended for that whole time or many, many other creations running simultaneously. But this is a business owner's chart. This is an entrepreneur's chart. And this is it becomes very much, this is where like we see your mission and then we see your transits. These transits are all, they look CEO to me right after, like starting at 2028 and into your late 50s. So, and I wanted to say another thing, like, it's so inappropriate for me to talk about mom guilt when I am a man, and B, don't even have kids or am married. But I do want to say one thing, just as a former kid with working parents. It's just as important for them to see you following your dreams and being awesome career-wise as it is for them to get quality time with you. Both things matter, because they're inspired by seeing you thriving, and they learn so much by watching that. So it's not like when you're building your business, you're actually neglecting them, because you're also setting an example and inspiring them. They both matter.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. It's true. I think of like, I wish I saw my, so thank you for that. Thank you for that. And it's so interesting. You said February, 2028, because my two kids, we all have the birthday in the same 2 weeks. So that's exactly when my daughter turns 5. So it's like exactly when she'd be going into her school.
Makes perfect
so it's
sense.
like, wow, that's when my kids are not just with me. So it's just interesting timing. These are my final 2 years before they're both in school. Interesting. And I feel like before, years ago, maybe it was like nomadic, but now I feel like we've settled somewhere. And that's where my husband and I have talked about, like, are we going to travel with them, or we've really planted roots? But I feel like we've planted roots here and where we are, and we'll just always be travelers.
It's a great place to live. It's a great place to grow up.
It's a great place to live. That's why we chose it. So this is so good. Thank you so much. I don't think I have. Yeah.
Well,
wow, so much clarity. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yes. Okay.
Just
not gonna go look at my kids' charts and stuff.
I've done readings for kids before. It's cool. My nephews and everything, because it's different. You don't talk about like anything other than like what they're naturally good at and what they're like drawn to, and like you can see stuff like that. Like when my nephew was born, I was like, this kid's gonna be into fashion. And then like years later, when he's 4 or 5, like we go into Zara, and he literally grabs an outfit, walks to the cashier, and I'm chasing him like, where are you going? Where are you going? Because I was alone with him, and like gives to the cashier, and he's like, pay it. And I was like, okay. So it was so awesome that he took the initiative. I was like, fine, I'll buy it for you. But then I remembered, like, I saw when he was born, like, this kid's gonna be into fashion. Like, he's picking his outfits at the store and making me buy them for him. And like, his brother's nothing like that. Like, some of those things, they're there, and it's really cool to see them just like before a kid becomes an adult and just is themselves.
Oh, it's wild. It's wild. Wow. Yeah, I see that with my kids, where I'm like, oh my gosh, he's like, just if you walk into his room, he'll get mad at you because he's like in the middle of a story, like telling himself a story. He's just like narrating, like creating characters and stories, which is so funny because like we knew that before he'd be born. Like we kind of like got that. And my husband's a storyteller, filmmaker. So it wasn't like projecting, like we could kind of feel like, oh, he's like so curious. And then you start seeing that as they get older. It's just wild. And then my daughter's totally different energy. So just come back to ourselves here. Thank you so much for doing this.
It's my pleasure, Jackie.
And then I had to ask, I loved your calendar. Where do we find a link? Do you do that still, or it's the Google Calendar we can download? Where can we find that
the calendar's
link?
in the app and in the web. When you go into the flow section.
When you're in the app, you can you can buy the calendar and download it to your phone. Because when it expired, I didn't get a new one, and I liked that.
That's a good note. Like, we don't remind people they expired, but if you go into the app, into the flow section, you can buy the next 12 months, and you can both see them in the app and you can download it into your calendar just like before.
Okay. I just love that. Yeah. Anyone who doesn't have the calendar goes right to your, flow calendar. It's right here. Okay. Yeah. It's so great. All right. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for the awesome questions. I had a really cool rant before about that, and I think we're aligned in that thinking. And I think I definitely think technology tools can be just as constructive as they are destructive. So it's not really the technology that's the bad thing.
Yeah.
So
thank you you just wiped away all the conditioning just with like those 2 sentences. And I know exactly when you answered it. So I'm going to go back to that woman you were talking to, and I'll watch the rant. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. My pleasure. It's great meeting you. And if you want to add any links to where people can find you or whatever, when we post this video on YouTube, just reply to where I sent you the stream link and send me all that stuff, and I'd be happy to post it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's great meeting you. Bye-bye.
See you. You too.
Amazing. Awesome readings today, even though it's been a slow day with all these technical difficulties that, thank God, have not interrupted the stream. It's worked. It's awesome. And we've had some really, really cool readings. Loved getting to know Jackie. Let's read some of these comments. There's a bunch of comments coming through while we were talking. Finally, I'm here. I thought I missed it today. You did not. We are here. The stories that we believe as entrepreneurs is something else. Yep. It's subjective and experience-based, even when in the same industry. Yep. I was going to say it sounds one too many. And entertainment sounds like, well, like a group setting, like multiple people. Yep. Agreed. I'd like input from both of you, lol. Well, we shared it. And I'm happy to share more input about this stuff anytime you want. If you have questions about it, love a good rant and Q&A on the stream. Wow, I never thought about doing a reading from a door. Yeah, I can do it anytime. And there's more stuff about that coming soon. Preview of coming attractions. Thank you, Jackie. It was awesome. I remember one time, this was very early Teledipity days, like maybe 2020. Someone was like, they bought a reading and they're like, this reading, and they scheduled it and everything. So I just showed up to the call and they're like, this reading's for my baby. And they had the baby in the call. And I was like, okay, never done that before, but did it. And it was such a beautiful call. Just doing a numerology reading for a baby. It was so cool. Remember that, like, it's never happened again, but remembered the experience, and I loved it so much. Alejandra, did you see that we posted your videos on YouTube? I've been very, very busy this month. You will find out tomorrow why, and it's gonna be super cool. But I forgot to let you know that they were live, and I need to add your links there. So I'm gonna email you right after the stream to just get that squared away. Sorry for being ADHD. It's been a busy month. Who else is here? Let's talk. We can do a reading in about 2 to 3 minutes. Oh, we have 12 minutes left on the stream. That went by very, very fast. I can't believe it. I'm still not going to close it. We're going to do one more reading. So if you want to be the last of the day, start letting me know now, even though I'd like to do some Q&A before. But yeah, one more reading. And yeah, tell me, everybody who's still watching, what have you thought about? What questions came up during the last reading? What would you like me to chat about, discuss? I love these streams. I never feel like it's 6 hours. It's the craziest thing. I feel like I just started an hour ago. And today's stream was interesting. I don't know if everybody's been watching, but we had a period where nobody wanted a reading, and I was like, okay, what do I do? And then I had written just a piece about the insanity of getting life advice from ChatGPT and why the premise of that is so wild and crazy. And if we understood what it implies, we would never even do it in the first place. And we all do it sometimes, like, and why, like, the boundaries we should have in terms of like asking ChatGPT about like something technical, a recommendation for a product, or maybe like a third opinion on a business decision that you're doing. It's totally fine. But then escalating from that to asking about every single life choice, moving cities, dating somebody, a conflict with a friend, that's there's a lot in there that maybe we don't think about. And I read that whole speech live. I set it up on my little teleprompter and I just read it. And I don't know how it came off, how it looked. I'm gonna have to watch that part of the stream later to see if I want to turn it into a video or not. But it was cool. I liked it. Something new that I can do in the streams when the time demands it, or or something like that. Who's here? Who's watching? Let's chat. Please like the stream if you haven't. It helps a ton. And also, if I could ask you for a tiny little favor, if you have 5 minutes of your time, and if you want to help Teledipity back with something that we are in need of right now, is App Store reviews, whether it's Android or Apple App Store. Right now, so normally when you build an app, you ask people for reviews, and we never did that. So right now, the amount of reviews we have is not even closely related to the size of our user base. And especially if you want to give a 5-star review from the heart and just tell others how Teledipity has helped you or why you like it, it will be huge help for us in our next stage. So if you have a little bit of time to go do that, I would be eternally grateful. But only if you, no, I'm just kidding. But only if you feel like recommending Teledipity. So if I could ask you for that little favor, it would go a very, very long way. I missed the ChatGPT, but I would love to hear it. It's going to be in the stream video right after I close. It's going to be there, but also I might cut it into a standalone video. It was a really interesting speech. I've never given a speech on a stream before, and it was very much felt like a speech. Yeah, Alejandra, I thought I knew that was you. That's why I said I owe you an email with a bunch of links. But we already posted your both of your readings into the YouTube channel. They've been there for a while. I just normally would let people know that their video's live, and it's been very, very busy this month. So I've missed a few of those emails. Who else is here? Let's chat. Let's talk more. Does anybody want to be the last reading of the day? If not, we'll just chat until time's up. That's okay too. It's been a great stream today. A great and crazy stream with technical difficulties. I don't know. I don't want to be superstitious. I really don't. I am against superstition, but I'm also not immune to it. Because I would keep thinking like, oh, Mercury retrograde. And I'm supposed to do a big launch, big deployment of a new version of the app and website in the next 24 hours. But I'm still going to do it. F it. Whatever. Not going to be superstitious. Sabrina Peralta. I want to be the last reading. Cool. I'd love one, but I'm on my lunch break and don't have much time. Don't worry. I will be here every Wednesday. So you can always try next week. No problem. All right. Sabrina Peralta. Let me see if I can find you in the application form, and we'll bring you right up. Found you. All right, Sabina. Get ready. You're coming on the stream for the last reading of the day. I am sending you a link right now. Okay, email's out. Check your inbox, Sabina. And just a heads up, Sabi, Hotmail is very aggressive with the spam filter, so check your spam inbox just in case. Hotmail. Oh, Hotmail. What am I doing now? Okay, I'm going to pull Sabina's chart. Sabi is here. 1 second, Sabi. Let me just pull up your chart. All right, I have this chart on. Sabina, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
Hello, how's it going?
Everything good. It's a little weird for me. It's the first time I do something like this, so I'm a little shy.
Just pretend like we're in a Zoom call.
Okay.
So tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you from? Where do you live? What do you do? And what brought you to the reading today?
Yeah, well, I am 27 years old. I am from Cuenca, Ecuador. Cuenca is a small city in Ecuador, but beautiful if you want to visit it.
Never been, but I know, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. So currently, I'm working at a company that manufactures tires. A raw material coordinator. And this year, I took a big decision that is moving to another country.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm in my visa process, but if it has taken a lot of time, and I don't know if it's coming soon or not. And I have many decisions to make regarding my current job. If I have to leave it now, like literally this month, or if I have to wait until my visa arrives.
Where are you going? What country?
Portugal.
Nice.
So I'm
Very nice.
currently also trying to learn Portuguese, and I've watched some streams, and I know that you learned Portuguese.
Don't worry, it's so easy when you can even just learn it with Google Translate or with ChatGPT, because once you understand the things you need to change from Spanish, you can just you can speak Spanish with those changes and you're speaking Portuguese. You will be fluent in less than 6 months.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that sometimes I mix, like it's my portuñol. Like I think that it's
but it's not a problem because they understand Portuñol.
Yeah, it's a word in
Yeah.
in Portuguese, and no, I'm just changing it to whatever it sounds like a good Portuguese, but it's Spanish. Yes, and also it has been a very rough year because I lost my dad,
I'm sorry.
and it was very sudden, so it brought a lot of thinking, and a lot of doubts if I'm doing the right thing with my life and getting separate from my family. That is a really tough decision. So yes, it's a
Separate
little
from your
about
family
me.
because you're moving to Portugal.
Yeah, yeah. So all my life I have lived with them, and I'm like I have a strong connection with them. But I think this is an opportunity that will help me grow professionally. But also I'm afraid of the money topic, that how it will go moving. So it's a challenge.
What about the money topic?
If I'm gonna be okay, if I will need to do more things besides my job, because I don't know. It's like I received an offer, but I think that I won't know if I'm really good with that until I arrive there.
But even then, I think you can make it work. And I think regardless of what I see in your chart, I can tell you, if I was just a friend giving you advice, go. And if you don't like it, you can come back. It's better to go than to not go thinking that you're not going to like it. At least go experience it. Because there's always like, if a year in you're like, no, this isn't working, you can always go back to Ecuador. That's not a problem. And then take it from there, right?
Yeah, it's a very difficult decision. I already took the decision to go, but the paperwork it's taking so long, and I don't know if it will be sooner or later that I will be going. And I have this topic on my current job that I have an opportunity that if I resign this month, I will receive a better um, remuneración. I forgot
Yeah,
the word
salary, yeah,
in the, yeah,
compensation, yeah.
the compensation, yeah. But I'm still waiting on the papers for the visa, so I don't know what to do.
But before we get to your chart, the decision is made. So I'm trying to get the words out right. It's this almost the same effort to be worried about it as it is to be excited about it. Right?
That's true.
Because if you made the decision, be excited. Think that everything's going to work out amazing, that you're going to love it there, that even though it's going to be hard to be away from your family, that it's going to be an important chapter of your life that is not permanent, and that you're going to make new friends. You're going to explore Europe. You're going to expand your life story. And then if there's another change in the future, whether it's returning or staying or whatever, it's going to be exciting too, that your life is moving forward. Because in the alternative timeline, you don't have this opportunity and you're in that job, and maybe you feel differently about that. Because I don't know how it happened that you got this offer, but I think you attracted it because I think you wanted a change.
Yeah, I really wanted a change. It's like a very long time that I've been feeling stuck, like I'm not moving. So I was looking for these opportunities. Like I applied to million of jobs and I got this one that is totally different from what I'm doing right now, but it's in the same company, so they gave me the chance to go there and do another job. So I'm learning right now what I will be doing in Portugal. And yes, I'm very excited, but at the same time, I'm worried about a million things. But it's true that 90% of all you think it will happen never happens, and you just worried about it all the time. But I'm
And
trying to
it's
stay
also
positive.
like, don't feel too bad because it's very normal the first time you are moving to another country to be scared even if you want to do it, and to be worried even if it was your plan. That's very normal. And also, like, let me prepare you, because not only did I move to another country many times, and maybe, but also like have known many friends, like it's a very common story. So I want to prepare you so you don't get scared when you get there. It's a very common pattern to arrive and be super excited for like the first month, and then in like the second or third month to have like a really scary phase where you're like, uh-oh, I don't belong here, this was a mistake, I need to go back. That is like almost predictable and guaranteed. It always happens to everybody. Always happens. There's the honeymoon phase and there's like, what just happened? I don't like this. And like it's scary, but it's normal. And just try not to make decisions when you're there, when you're in that state, and just get through it. And then 3 or 4 months later, you have a clear head. And because like the whole point is that even if it's aligned, what you're supposed to do, the greatest adventure of your life, it's not going to be rainbows and butterflies every single day. But that doesn't mean it was a mistake, you know?
Nah, not everything is color de rosa in
Yeah.
Spanish.
Sí, pero tampoco es negro.
Exactly.
Y no hay que irse por ninguno de los dos extremos.
See, that's true.
Okay, now look at your chart. And by the way, just in case people didn't understand, she said not everything's is pink, or that's a Spanish expression, like rainbows and butterflies. And I said, yeah, but not everything is black either. It's always somewhere in the middle. So both extremes are bad. Okay. I think you're going to hear about your visa very soon. I think within weeks, or just even tomorrow. I think it's very closer than you think. Because
Wow,
there's
that
like
will be great.
you're about to cross into the final line of this transition, and it's like at the end of this month. So that doesn't mean that on the day that the line changes, you get it. You could get it a little bit before, a little bit after, but you're right in that moment. That's number one. Number two, this is the beginning of your second life cycle. This is the beginning of your maturity cycle, your adult years. It's a big shift. In astrology, they call it the Saturn return. In numerology, it's just the transition from the first life cycle into the second life cycle, and it is intense. But the fact that you're moving is very significant from that perspective, not because it says you'll never come back, but because it says this is where your life really begins. Everything before was preparation. Everything before was like training and growing and getting ready for when you actually start fully driving your life, rather than being protected in many ways. From a spiritual perspective by the universe, from a more physical perspective by your parents, your family, like your place of origin. I would move open to the idea that you will spend the rest of your life outside of Ecuador, even if that's not what happens, because I think it's very significant that you're moving now, and I think it means something about where your future is. Maybe not necessarily in Portugal, but definitely outside of Ecuador.
Okay, that's really interesting.
Why?
And it's also very accurate because it's like I'm feeling I'm closing a cycle with this.
Yeah.
Like I'm living with my mom, with my brothers. Like I need to grow and mature and be like an adult. So I think this is my opportunity to do it. So it's very accurate to be initiating another cycle.
Yeah. And is this one thing I didn't ask you? Is this job closer to your dream, closer to what you want to do, or is it just a job that gave you the opportunity to move to Europe?
I like the idea of this job, but I like it more the idea of moving. So I was searching for the opportunity of moving. Yeah, like it sounds like like escape from home, but yeah, it's an opportunity that gave me both professionally and also personally. But I was looking on another place that I didn't get the chance, but this is closer. And
In that
I like
context,
the idea of Europe.
in that context, I can tell you something that this is why I asked you before I talked about the next part. There's another job change very close in your future. It is July of 2027.
Wow.
So that means that this job is just like what gets you to Europe, not where you're going. And I don't know how that happens. Maybe it's a promotion in the same company, but it's a different job. Or maybe you just start applying to other places now that you're there, or you're invited by someone to work somewhere else. But it does feel like there's another immediate career transition July of next year. And that one starts a longer cycle that goes into 2032 when you turn 34 years old, before your next career change. That longer cycle looks financially abundant and looks the whole theme of it in your life from a spiritual perspective is independence. is taking care of yourself, is making your own decisions. It's like fulfilling your own needs. I'm not saying you're going to be single the entire time, but I am saying that the theme of this is like being independent and autonomous for the very first time. And there's everything about that journey will point you in that direction by the universe, like the universe helping you understand why it's better to solve your own problems, to find your own advice, to move when you don't like somewhere. Like, let's say like you go to an apartment and you don't like your roommates and you're like, no, I don't need to take this, I'm going to find another apartment. And to start being more active about finding what fits you and leaving places behind. It's almost like it's going to be a repeating theme. Not necessarily you're going to be moving countries all the time, but that whole journey into 2034 is about that. It's about like, I don't like this, I get to move. I don't like this, I get to move. And being less scared and more confident every time you do that. And I think this first change of leaving Ecuador is the big test of that, and the big confrontation with that skill that is important for you for the rest of your life. But it's going to be repeating, and like doesn't mean that you're going to be having a bad time. But I do think my advice once you get to Lisbon is to know that whatever you get first is not not permanent if you don't want it to be, and not necessarily even what the universe wanted for you. It's just part of it. It's a stepping stone to somewhere else, and you get to decide when it's time to improve, get something better, a better apartment, a better job, a better neighborhood in the city, better friends. Like, it's gonna be this constant cycling of like, this is not good enough, let me find the better one. This is not good enough, let me find the better one. And I think you're gonna see that theme repeating until that time. But that's because that's really the spiritual lesson and the skill that the universe wants you to adopt during this time. And I think I don't think it has to be stressful. I don't think it has to be emotional. But I do think that it's a good message for you to know, like, this is the task now, to always ask for more and always go find more and not accept something that's not good enough.
Great.
Even if you're grateful.
I really needed to hear that. I think sometimes I don't trust myself as much as I have to.
And that's like, just you will hear from your internal guidance system what, when, and why. But just expand your horizons. If Lisbon isn't the place, or Portugal, I don't know where you're going. If Portugal isn't the place, that's okay. Maybe it's another country in Europe. If it's not the apartment, if it's not the job, it's okay to say, okay, now I find the next one that's better. And to not feel like just because the place chose you or the opportunity was rare, that you have to stick with it.
Okay. Wow. And what do you see regarding love and relationships? Because that's a topic that I'm afraid also, because I'm jumping to a place to another, and I feel like I'm not focused also in relationships. I'm just focused on the professional side of my life.
So, in your entire life chart, I don't see a single period where love is blocked or harder to find at all. It's available now. It's going to be available in Portugal or wherever else you live. Sometimes there's transits about that, and I see them clearly. They're nowhere in your chart. Sometimes people don't have them. I think especially in this first 9-year cycle of your maturity cycle of your life, there's a lot of emphasis on partnership and family. So it wouldn't surprise me if you like find someone for a longer term, and those kinds of opportunities to fall in love, to build a family very quickly. Now, you have to also combine that with the fact that the first 4 years, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years in Portugal are about independence. And doesn't mean you are supposed to be single the entire time, but it does mean try not to depend on someone for feeling safe, for anything. Like, try to be the person that takes care of yourself and meets all of your needs, not just because it's good life advice, but because that's the point of the next 5 years. And then if you meet someone that you want to build something with, it's not about some like feeling safe or something missing, but it's about, I want to be independent alongside this person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sometimes we take decisions based on the other person. And I was thinking about something like that. If a situation happens, it's just like the
Yeah.
Lulu thinking that I have. But
Yeah.
it comes right, the suggestion, because it's not changing my path regarding what happens with this person too.
Exactly. And especially like, because it sounds like general advice, but in your chart, think about how it fits with the theme I was telling you about, not accepting something that's not good enough. It's going to be the same thing in your love life. You might find something that works where you still feel something is missing. And the whole theme of the next 5 years is you are allowed to want more, and you should go find it quickly. So I would be surprised if you don't see that same dynamic when you start dating over there, which means like love is always available, but you're going to pick the one that is everything you deserve and even more. And you have to, or not have to, but because it's going to be a theme, just look out for something that is okay, but isn't everything you would want it to be. And don't be afraid to let it go, because it's not just the point of this time in your life to let go of things that are not good enough. It's also the point that you learn to think and act in a way where, like, I will not stop looking until I get what I deserve. And I will never be afraid to let something go, thinking that maybe nothing else will be available. That's really the theme of your life now until 2034. So
I will write this on a post-it and paste it on my mirror to see it every day. Well, that's great advice, and I really needed that. And I love receiving the monthly teledpt mail. It's like, wow, how can it be so accurate?
numerology is crazy.
Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
yeah. Well, I'm excited for you, really. I'm excited for you. And remember, it's normal that it's scary, and it's normal that it won't always be clear why it was the right decision, but eventually time will reveal why it was the best thing you could have ever done for yourself, and you should be very excited.
Thank you very much. I
My
will
pleasure.
start today to feel it more excited. Thank
You
you. Thank
should.
you
You
for
should.
having me
My
in
pleasure.
this stream. Crazy. I didn't believe that I could, but well.
It's now real. It's now real.
Yeah.
Godspeed. Godspeed, Sabina. Bon voyage. Have
Thank
fun.
you.
Enjoy it.
Muchas gracias.
Con todo gusto. Gracias por ser la última de hoy. Y no te quiero decir mucha suerte porque no la necesitas, pero emocionate. Emocionate mucho.
Muchas gracias. Estoy manifestando y cruzando los dedos.
Un abrazo
Gracias.
fuerte. Hasta luego.
Igual, un abrazo. Chao.
Bye. Great place to end today. It's been beautiful. It's been awesome. Thank you for still watching until the end if you're still here. And I'm going to read some comments before I sign off. Okay, just in case you need agenda for next week, let's talk about the number 33. I listened to the masterclass on the app and everything, but would love to hear more. Absolutely. I will talk more about the number 33 next week. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Loved having you. Loved the 2 people who stayed until the very end, even though we went over for 20 minutes. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching every week. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you. Thanks for following all my crazy rants. Thanks for your comments and your questions. Thanks for using Teledipity. Thanks for everything. It's an honor to be here, and I will see you next week. Have a great rest of the week, and I'll see you soon.